Everybody doing tonight? We're back for our regular show with the Pena Perspective. How you doing tonight, Mike?
Hey, you Jake, how you doing? It is 10 o'clock in Brazil, and it's kind of cold. Just south of here, we had snowfall, and evidently that made international news. I got people on Facebook from Texas telling me it's snowing in Brazil. What do you mean? I thought you had summer when we had summer. No, yeah, we're in the South Australia, South Africa. We're in the middle of winter, and we got a polar vortex that's just streaming across. A cold front came through 2 days ago. You saw it on Tuesday. And it just got yesterday. There was a 20 below zero, which would make it about 10 degrees Fahrenheit, going just about 300 miles south of here. So yeah, there's a vortex coming through, and it's not bone chilling Michigan, Chicago weather, but we're not used to it.
It's a shock.
Right now it should be around this afternoon it was 52 degrees. So I guess that wouldn't be too bad. And I was almost wanting to put on a t-shirt. Right now I'd say it's probably about 38. So yeah, it's not snow weather, but it's this weather.
It's wild. I pray for that weather right now. 56 or 38 at night would be great. We're sitting at 90 at night with 80% humidity. It's just thick.
Here it rained beforehand, and usually we have around 85-90% humidity. And the cold with humidity is even worse.
Yeah, I've never experienced the cold with the humidity. Usually we get a real dry cold in the north.
Yeah, it is because the snow actually sucks the cold, the humidity out. Here it's so damn humid that even with the cold, it still rains, but it's cold rain, and that humidity seems like it goes to the bone. So you can't put on enough layers because it's just bone chilling cold. But it's not. Whenever they say the word bone chilling cold, I'm thinking about 30 below zero in the middle of Minnesota and all that kind of shit. Yeah, that's bone chilling cold. But this stuff, you feel it in your bones. It's just this kind of. There ain't no warming it up because the humidity just goes everywhere. Humidity is a good conductor of heat, so it can give it and take it away either way. So, or cold. So it's, but still, it is what it is. But we're here and surviving in the middle of the cold, and you're in the heat, sweating your butt off.
Yep,
that's also normal.
That's our regular practice out here.
Yeah, that close up on me is not a good idea.
I don't like vertical. I was like, I like them a little more spread out. I was like, I got to change that up. I don't like that.
No, today I was working on my logo, and I took the picture of Machu Picchu, and I'm trying to make Machu Picchu in something that's printable. And while I was editing the photo, I had to apologize to myself because I basically separated the head from the body because I eliminated all that, and I had this hat and the goatee stuff. I just wanted to do the hat and the goatee, but all of a sudden I had my floating head there in the middle of the screen, and that was very bizarre to see. But the objective is just to have that. It's not a safari hat, but it would be like a forest ranger hat with a goatee would basically be a logo that I was working on. And so, but coincidentally, I'd be playing around with my floating head, and that was just so bizarre to see. I'm not used to that.
Yeah, let me know. I will. I'll have to draw you something up for a logo. I got some decent drawing skills. I can draw you up a guy with a safari type hat. I think that's cool.
Oh, there we go. Well, I'll send you the picture of my floating head. You can just discern from there. But that's neither here nor there. We got bunches of stuff that we can talk about, but we can't talk about. So what are we going to talk about?
Well, we can talk about some of the stuff we talked about a little bit earlier. We don't have to talk about
Well,
the
we got a meteor shower going on tonight, I believe.
Yeah.
Right. And then whenever I mentioned to my wife that, yeah, that's the some of the incoming debris from Nibiru, and she was like, "What?" so, so I just way off tangent. I had to explain to her about the Oort cloud and how it's basically composed of a bunch of what we call asteroids and that sort of stuff, space rocks, space debris. That's outside of what would be the main gravitational pull of the sun. And whenever objects come in from outside that Oort cloud, they will plow through it and sometimes absorb, sometimes knock off, and many times knock forward objects that end up reaching an objective before it does. So, yeah.
I was going to ask you, I don't know if I've ever asked you before, what are your perspectives on Nibiru? What do you think it is?
First of all, that name comes from the Sumerian texts,
Yeah.
which described it and described our binary star system. It is a hypothesis and mythology theory that many have taken on and believe that we were genetically altered and that sort of thing. Those are possibilities. Now, that there is something that happens on a regular basis, the Inca, the Maya, sorry, not the Inca, I apologize. The Inca is South America. The Maya in southern Mexico, North America, they had the idea of whenever they get close to the Black Rift, which basically is the Milky Way, which would be the equator of our galaxy, what Elon Musk referred to as the Great Filter. So there's something that happens every 25,000 years, and it has certain effects on the planet. The Maya used to say that we are on the 5th human cycle. In other words, there have been 5 human civilizations before this current generation or phase of civilization that we can count back to, the Sumerians being the oldest of this generation of 5,000 years. However, some have dated the Sphinx to 12 or 15,000 years before. Some, supposedly the pyramids are 3,000 years old, but they're not. They're finding that they are much, much older as well. So they might be antediluvian, before the flood. And therein lies another question, because that brings in all that stuff about Atlantis and everything else that I was looking at. I mean, the power that we're finding now, the ability for crystals to store information is incredible. Whenever you use quantum computing and you can actually store things on a molecular level, the way they're doing now, I mean, they are studying this and finding ways of actually using them. And crystals themselves have an enormous capacity to store information. So we're getting to that point now, 5,000 years after the Sumerians, which were post-flood. But civilizations pre-flood, they had also their thousands of years of developing that. And we have stories of them being able to power flying vehicles with crystals and that sort of thing. Lots of different stories came from Greece and other areas about ancient Atlantis. So there are stories and tales about that. You've also got Lemuria and Mu, which would be ancestors, what the Maya would have considered like the second or third generational cycle. Mud Rabbit, good evening. How you doing tonight? I'm talking about crazy, funky, anthropological, historical stuff like Sumeria, Lemuria, Mu, Atlantis,
Nibiru. We're just dabbling in some of your beliefs about Nibiru. That was what I was dabbling in with you, because I mean, I feel like there's definitely a spectrum of people that believe in Nibiru, whether it's, they have the Earthlings mining gold for their atmosphere, or Like there's definitely levels to it. There's Zechariah Stitchin's interpretation of it, and there's a few others. And some people say that Zechariah Stitchin's account of how he translated the text was wrong. Some people say theirs was right, and I just didn't know which one you supported that you had looked into.
Oh well, hey, Mud Rabbit. Yeah, Sitchin's the one that most comes up, but his you can look at the tablets, and I don't know exactly how off he was, but he was the first, and he was the most extensive. And lots of the stuff that goes on, he translated those tablets. Now, if one word or another phrase were on or off or that sort of thing, that's a whole other story. But the general idea that he was putting in, that he translated, he's not going to be off on the whole thing. He's going to be off on some details. But the general nexus that there are beings on a planet that is orbiting our binary sister. Okay. So in that, you have to pause it and think
do you think it has an elliptical orbit? Or do you think it is?
Whenever you have two large stars orbiting each other, they're technically not orbiting each other. They are orbiting their center of mass. So basically, if one star is bigger and one star is smaller, they're going to be orbiting closer to the center of the bigger star. If they're both more or less the same size, then they'll be orbiting in somewhere between them, and you'll see them going more or less like in a circle. In this case, we have a medium-sized yellow star, which is our sun, and it is in that binary orbit with its sister sun, which that's not Nibiru. The sister sun is.
But I also think our planets like Saturn and some of our larger planets also add a pull to that gravitational place as well.
Yeah, but have you seen the relative size of the planets versus the sun?
Yeah, of course we have, but we have to acknowledge that they're also going to have an effect over time.
They have an effect. They have an effect on things that are coming in. For example, Jupiter has been posited and credited for being our great defender, because many things that come into the solar system have a tendency of hitting Jupiter before they hit us, which is a good thing. It's
it acts like a shield, gravity shield.
Exactly. So yes, it does have an effect. But whenever you're talking about, remember, I studied SETI. In order to go into SETI, I had to do a year of astronomy as well. So yeah, this whenever we're talking about the medium-sized yellow star, yes, exactly. And one thing that I didn't realize even is that that Neptune is freaking huge. I didn't realize that. I mean, I knew there was smaller than Jupiter and Saturn. Those are big. Yes, absolutely. But I thought they were more or less like 2 times the size of Earth or Mars or something like that. But no, Neptune and Uranus, man, they're big. Those things are big. There's a reason why Pluto is comparatively much, much smaller. Pluto could actually be one of their moons, to be honest with you. But anyway, I digress. The gravity of those planets does have an impact, but not when it's stars and at that distance. Okay, gravity is also affected by distance, because if you think about the way that it distorts space-time, the way that it distorts space-time, Einstein used to think about it as you pull out a tablecloth, right? And you stretch it out and you put a bowling ball in the middle. Okay. Now that we're thinking about 2 dimensions, a tablecloth, and then the bowling ball in the middle makes everything go down and around it. So it folds the time space, which makes things attracted to the center. And that's what we call gravity. It's the distortion of time space itself. So a straight line becomes a curved line around a gravity well. Okay, so that gravity has an extension as to how far out it can really reach, which is why Jeff Bezos was able to float around, because he found pretty close to the barrier of the Earth's gravity well. From that point, he could have kept on going, and many wish he would have. What? Agree that should have kept on going.
She was talking about how big Neptune and Uranus are.
Yeah. Yours might be big, mine ain't. Anyway,
no, that was funny because I actually put that in the chat. I was like, Uranus is huge. Yeah, no, I think Uranus is definitely a lot bigger than Neptune. But then when you think about like the gas planets, I wonder how much gravitational pull they have being a gas planet, or if it makes a difference in their mass or their density when it comes to how
mass
much
does the density does make a difference in the gravitational pull. Absolutely, because it's a question of mass. Yes, thank you very much. Time-space distortion. Exactly, and that's what. Hey, Tiffany, how you doing? Good. We're gonna have tonight. We're talking about for any of this, you can go on to my channel, Pena Perspective, and see. Well, actually, they're Portuguese. I'm still trying to put the subtitles in English, but I'm working on that. That talks about all this stuff. But anyway, what we're talking about right now is I'm trying to get to the nemesis, okay, which is our sister white dwarf star. So white dwarf star is a larger star that wasn't gonna cool. A white dwarf star is a star that wasn't big enough to become a neutron star or a black hole or something like that. So at the end of its lifespan, it collapsed in on itself, and it is this dimly smoldering ball of whatever. But it used to be a star, and it still has the same gravitational force.
Do you think it's turning out, or do you think it's just a dwarf star and it never really got that big?
No. Dwarf star means that it already contracted. Okay. It already went through its lifespan, and it came back.
There are dwarf stars that just form smaller, and then there's some
that would be called
increase and implode, and then there's some that they do a lot of different things when it comes to.
There are small.
It depends on how much.
Jupiter's pretty damn close. If Saturn collided with Jupiter and they both melded, they would soon become a star.
Yeah,
because Jupiter has enough mass to almost become a star. That's a quasi. So that's
actually something we were talking about with one of our guests that we were talking with recently. Gosh, I had to reference him, but I'll have to go back and add that into it so I can reference it later. But he brought up the fact that we are underestimating the amount of hydrogen that's actually on the surface of the sun, and we think the sun is going to be burning a lot hotter for a lot longer. And now he's able to understand why we're having more solar flares, why we're having more erotic activity, because he thinks there's a movement.
Erotic or erratic?
Did I say erotic? My bad. Erratic activity that seems to be taking off over the surface in certain spots. And it doesn't necessarily correlate to the brown spot that we see traveling across the sun. There's a few brown spots that we've been tracking, but it doesn't actually correlate.
Have you ever seen how magnetic fields work and they skip around, they float? Like the Northern Lights is one way to watch magnetic fields, because the Northern Lights are the illumination of the magnetic field, because that's a concentration of everything that goes across the planet, ends up being focused onto the North and South poles. Hey, Terry, how you doing? We're talking about Nibiru and astronomy and gravity and all kinds of funky shit today, which is my specialty. I love that shit. Anyway, and so I'm debating the fact that that the nemesis, the twin star to our binary star system with our sun, the twin star to our sun. The evolutionary cycle of a star, usually they are not so large stars that end up collapsing, kind of like ours. Ours is a medium-sized yellow star. There are white stars, which are smaller, yes, and they last longer. They don't burn out as quickly. The solar flares and the activity now could be, well, actually, I'm thinking it's because of Nemesis coming back around. Because besides the gravity, which in some cases, I guess
talking about the weather.
Tiffany didn't catch the fact that I'm at 34, 38 degrees right now. So,
Tiffany's
yeah, I'm not
probably
used
a
to it.
good Tiffany's probably a good middle ground for us. Let's see. I'm at 90 with 80% humidity. You're at what, 35? And she's probably somewhere mid-range and experiencing a hot, dry day as well.
Well, I'm sure Mud Rabbit's having a nice hot and humid day as well. She's down in Florida, right?
Oh yeah.
But anyway, some would actually posit that gravity isn't gravity because of mass. Maunder minimum.
What is that?
That I would not be able to tell you about the Maunder minimum. You've got the solar minimums and the solar maximums, and yes, we just came out of a solar minimum. We're starting to see activity. We've been the sun's been really quiet for the last couple of years. Finally 90, but it was hotter and it got down to 90, or it finally got up to 90.
Finally got up to 90. She's in the U.S., so it's probably at least summer for her. She's from your original area.
Oh, cool. All right. So finally 90. All right. Yeah, they get hot, but it shouldn't be that cold. The sun goes through cycles. Yes, there's solar minimums, solar maximums that end up affecting, and that affects weather down here on Earth. However, there are ideas that talk about gravity not being based on mass, but based on electromagnetism. In the electric universe theory, they talk about that. And so that's their way of trying to get the idea of the one theory for all, which Einstein was trying to work on, and I'm thinking I'm trying to crack as well, but in my own way. I'm not a physicist working on math, doing it in another way. But anyway, what we have is the electromagnetic effect of the other star coming in, and it's pulling and affecting the sun. Okay. Whoa. Yeah, we did have an extremely prolonged sunspot minimum. There were years to where there wasn't much activity, and I didn't know about that. Thanks, Mud Rabbit. The Maunder minimum. So I guess that minimum isn't among the normal minimums. That's an exceptionally long minimum, a cycle within cycles, which if you delve into things, you start seeing those cycles within cycles within cycles, and it's kind of like fractals. So yeah, mathematical fractals. If you put them into a graphics, that sort of thing. 11 years of a solar minimum. Yeah, I was going to say it's 10, but I didn't want to risk it. Yeah, that's been about it. Because sometimes I have numbers in my head, but I don't necessarily trust them, and so I don't want to be called out on them. But yeah, that's it.
But so you think we're starting to see the effects of Nemesis coming in?
Well, Mud Rabbit's right. We're going also through the effects of natural cyclical solar minimums and solar maximums, and we are coming out of a solar minimum and into the next phase, which is going to include solar maximums. Absolutely. That's going to affect weather here. However, I also think that there is a knockoff effect from the incoming chaos. But see, the incoming chaos, I thought it was going to be here in 2015. So I'm completely off fucking base. I don't know what the fuck is going on anymore either. And that's where everything about my book comes down to what you're doing locally. In your local reality, what's going on in the universe, what's going on the planet, what's going on around the country. Really, the only thing that affects you is what's going on in your town, in your community, with the people that you deal with. And that's where you can have an influence. That's what influences you. And that's in reality, the only reality that matters, because that's what most impacts your life. Whether or not Nibiru is coming through and the electromagnetic effect of it is going to scramble your brain, which is why you need a tinfoil hat so that the electromagnetism of that star coming by doesn't fry your brain and toss it back to the Stone Ages.
Are you serious right now, or are you being facetious?
That's exactly where that idea came from, because back in the 1930s, they were talking about this stuff, and they had the idea that, why? Because it's a Faraday cage for your head. That's what they were talking about.
See, and that's what I heard, and that's why I
Yeah.
asked you.
However, it's not Nemesis that comes in. Nibiru is a planet that orbits Nemesis.
And that's what we're trying to say is Nibiru, if it's in an orbit, it would come back around. If it came and went, it would come and went again. it's just part of it, and that's where
there are times whenever
well,
the orbits of the stars. There are times when the orbits of the stars come close enough to where the planets in those stars can actually interact.
Well, they correlate it the most with the moving of the continents, because it changes. It can mess with our poles on the planet. That's the biggest thing to know.
The Great Flood was also caused by that.
Yeah,
the Great Flood was also caused by that.
Or is it 3,500?
25,000, 35. There are cycles that are more destructive than others. Mud Rabbit, what do you mean it came and went already? What, we missed it? Odyssey. Yeah, I had it, some of it. I read.
Odyssey, I was going to say in Odyssey, they described 2 different planet X's at 2 different points. We've also, I think, a total in the history.
Planet X is just another planet that also orbits our sun, and that's
it's just interesting. It's just interesting that we always use Planet X as the way to name a planet that we haven't named yet, and it actually occurred like 5 to 7 times in history, and they were all different planets that we noted, or objects.
Yep, that's it. But because they didn't explain the underlying theory that they were trying to explain, it added more information to it, but it wasn't that missing piece to the picture that they were looking for. And that's the thing, because they're trying to understand this. Actually, some have already understood it, and they're already taking precautions and trying to save their own asses. I'm thinking that's one of the reasons why all these billionaires want to get to Mars real quick. But that's just me. And maybe Marfugel. Marfugel knows talking about that as well.
Well, me and Michael McIntosh had this talk last night. He's convinced that these rich people, these private industries, are still going to try to mancraft a mission to Mars, even with the technology that we have, because I don't think the public thinks that we can actually do that on a private scale yet. So I think they're going to allow these rich guys to keep trying.
The problem is that when they get there, and if the guys that we've talked to are real and sincere, they're going to get their ass handed to them the first second that they land down.
It'd be interesting. It would be very interesting to see. And well, I think it doesn't necessarily mean that the guys that we talk. So, and that's what's interesting about Michael, that people like Andrew won't admit, is that Michael thinks it's possible that he could had come across a different timeline or teleported to a different time on Mars. He does think he was on Mars, but he doesn't know when that time was.
He doesn't know when he was on Mars.
Yeah. I mean, he knows when he left. He knows.
Now we know by ancient mythology and everything else that supposedly there was life on Mars and they destroyed their own planet. Hold on, Mud Rabbit. It was huge orbit. It takes it outside of our soul. Nibiru is the planet of Nemesis. Okay, Nemesis is the brown dwarf star that is the binary twin to our sun.
And I believe there's like 2 other significant ones, and then there's like a trail of dust. That
see, the thing is that Nibiru is a star, is a planet that orbits the brown dwarf Nemesis. But Nibiru itself has 5 moons. And along with it is a whole trail of debris and everything else, because it is covered in this cloud of iron oxide dust, which actually covers the star as well, which is the reason why we can't see it. That's the reason why so fucking bizarre. The the Vatican sets up a telescope, a binary thermal telescope, infrared telescope in Antarctica called Lucifer. You can check this out. There is a telescope in Antarctica run by the Vatican called Lucifer.
Yeah, I feel like it's a cop out. I've done some research on that. So I feel like the reason I feel like the church would name a telescope that is because if they found any information, they can say it came from Lucifer, the fallen angel telescope.
No, they're looking for him because according to Mayan mythology, they're coming back around, and that's the whole thing. And so this is exactly they're coming back to collect. Okay, Shoemaker Levy 9, 92. I remember that. It was beautiful when it actually went into Jupiter. Yeah, true. Those that it could have broken up and hit us as well. It came close. In fact,
were talking about that too, Terry. Before you popped in, is just how much these larger planets that are also in our orbit save us from any actual disaster. We're definitely in a Goldilocks zone in that
Jupiter
sense.
collects all the debris. I mean, if we didn't have Jupiter, we'd get bombarded a lot more. And we also have the moon. I mean, how many times has the moon been bombarded by stuff that hasn't reached us, or things are deviated by the gravity of the moon? But I'm also curious about the hollow moon theory. But anyway. Oh, yeah, I saw Halley's. I'm not going to make it to the next one because 72 years between one Halley's and another. And I was a young kid. I think I was 12 when Halley's came around. Somebody's got and tell me what the date was on that.
They proved how fast Jupiter spins too. All kinds of info came from that. Oh yeah, I bet.
Oh, yeah.
It's easy to measure when they know how fast the object that's crashing into it is.
Yeah, well, exactly, because you're seeing pieces of the same thing, and it's doom, 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 doom. Man, it's beautiful. It was a beautiful sight to see. I mean, it's physics in action right there. When you see it spinning around, and you see the impact sites in the clouds, in the gas of when they were breaking the atmosphere. Yeah, it's a lot of destruction, but it was beautiful to see mathematically, physically, just watching Shoemaker Levy break apart onto Jupiter was a whole nother sight. We had that happen again a couple of years ago as well, to where they had some comet crashing into Jupiter. However, so Mars had life a long time ago, and supposedly that they got into a nuclear war, destroyed their own planet, eliminated their own atmosphere. Some of them supposedly came to Earth and seeded Earth. So those are other stories and mythologies that go as well.
What do you think about?
All right. So yeah, I was 14 years old. Cool. When 86 is the no, fuck what we're talking about.
We were talking about Halley's Comet. And
Halley's Comet. My God, I don't know why that name escaped me. Halley's Comet. You also have Mark Twain, who said he was born on, when Halley's Comet came, and he said he came when Halley came, and he was going to leave when Halley left, and he died the year Halley's Comet returned. That was a bizarre coinkydink there. But anyway. Continue on. You were saying.
I was going to jump into something I forgot now. Sorry. Got distracted.
That happens with me frequently. However, I was trying to go into the whole Nibiru effect and the center of the galaxy. You got all kinds of stuff acting at the same time. And the problem is that you were asking me if the tinfoil hat thing, if I was serious about that.
Yeah.
The Faraday, it is a Faraday cage for your head, technically. And so any energy that is coming that will be impacting it wouldn't impact it, would go be fed around that area. You'd actually have to make a Faraday cage around the body itself, because the electromagnetic effects of an iron-laden planet coming close by, the electromagnetic effect that they would have in many generations past wipes the memories of everyone. So what's not written in stone and written for long term, somebody will understand. That's why we always go back to the Stone Ages, because nobody remembers how to do anything they did before, because it's like formatting your RAM memory. Okay, you just format your disk, and that's what that electromagnetic effect does. Which is why back in the 30s they were talking about maybe, using Faraday's idea and putting, tinfoil around their head for when these aliens were coming back around. And that's where they got the idea, oh, these guys are crazy, because, well, it didn't happen. And so, they got marked as lunatics. And that's where the tinfoil hat thing came from. But they were absolutely right. It just wasn't the right time. And I thought the time was going to be 2015, so I'm wrong too. Who the fuck knows? Maybe it's all bullshit. And like I said, the only thing that really matters, your neighborhood, people you deal with, and how your life can actually improve. How you can take steps to create your own destiny. In the end, all the other stuff is, like my uncle kept telling me, you're just wasting your time, kid. I like to know.
When you were talking about Saturn seeding the Earth, possibly, I remembered I was going to ask you.
Mars, not Saturn.
I thought you said you also referenced Saturn.
Thinking about Saturn, but I was thinking about the hexagonal poles on Saturn.
Well, no, you also referenced another planet that in the past might have seeded Earth. But I can go back and play it for you if you want.
Well, we've got Mars that came off, and then we got Nibiru that genetically modified us.
That's what my question was going to lead to. Do you think in an ancient past, our asteroid belt could have been a planet?
Yeah.
Do you think there was a cosmic...
Tiamat. I don't remember if Tiamat was the planet that came in and destroyed it, or it was the planet that was destroyed that became... the asteroid belt, and supposedly Mars was one of its moons, and so that's why Mars is in the orbit that it's in now. It's a very old story, and it's really bizarre, but I don't think it's too far from what might have actually happened. And remember, at that time, we didn't have a moon yet, supposedly. So where would there be a society that would be existent on Earth that wouldn't have seen the moon form, which happened before even life happened on Earth, according to evolution and astrophysics and the science that we know today? So there are lots of holes.
Okay, so hold on. You got it back on the moon. Let's unpack how you think about the moon. What is the moon to you?
The moon was placed there as a timepiece to help us also with the tides and to maintain things in balance. We have a light for the day and a light for the night, so that we always have light on the earth at one point. So that would be a theological explanation for it. Another one is that it was flown in to control things, and it is completely fucking hollow and controlled by others. Why it's there, I don't know.
Well, and that's what I was going to ask, if you thought it was a man-made object or an object that was flown into our atmosphere. Like, either way,
that it is natural according to all the laws of physics and everything else. It is highly bizarre. The tide is brought in with the moon and everything else. But the fact that the moon is 400 times smaller than the sun, but also 400 times closer than the sun is to us, so that the moon perfectly eclipses the sun. That is something that doesn't happen anywhere else that we've been able to see. Okay, because the sizes are very small. Yeah, it's like Schumacher-Levy going into Jupiter. Yeah, they crossed each other's path, but one didn't block out the other. One was just a small little shadow that hit on the other. And usually when you have a moon, it's something smaller, and it's not going to completely blacken out. It's going to be some dot, that just flies across the sky. In our case, it actually is the same size as the sun. That is a mathematical improbability, okay, that you have to put some sort of, this isn't a coinkydink.
It's
Yes.
interesting that the eclipse spot is so perfect.
Well, see, God told us that it is a timepiece. It is there to mark time, okay, because the entire universe is a big freaking giant clock. And those pieces were put together by an excellent clocksmith. Yeah, Mud Rabbit, you're absolutely right. In the way that we think about stars last millennia, the problem is that we are thinking about that orbit on a two-dimensional scale. So the way they work together reminds us of a clock face and all the mechanisms that work together to make those different hands go at different speeds. But that's when we look at it in a two-dimensional aspect and it looks like a disc. But in reality, it's not. We live in a four-dimensional reality, which means three dimensions, the fourth dimension being time, which means the sun isn't stationary with everything going around it. The sun is flying through space at an incredibly rapid pace and spinning as it does. And as it goes through, as it's spinning, it creates a vortex behind it that, just like a tornado, picks stuff up. And so the orbits that we see are actually objects in the vortex behind the sun in a four-dimensional aspect, to where you've got everything else flying behind it. If we look at that in front of the sun, we see a disk, because we can't see the distance that one's here and one's there and one's further out back in the vortex. But that's how the orbits are actually all. No. And the galaxy is spinning, but the center of the galaxy is this big freaking black hole that is also flying quickly through space, dragging everything else along with it, which is why the galaxies have these big spiral arms. They're always spinning. Everything spins. And that's the basis of my book, because that's the beginning of mass. Because the only way, now I'm going to get into the book. In the beginning, there was light.
I thought God spoke first.
In the beginning, God said, let there be light. Actually, in the beginning, God spoke many other things, and I thought that was the first thing, but no, that's like the fourth or fifth thing. But not getting biblically into it, light was the first thing. So even in the Big Bang, which is our physical, the theory within physics, that Einstein believed that the universe was static. Okay. Later on, we found out that the universe is expanding. So if it's expanding, we push that and pull that expansion back to a beginning, and the beginning would be a mathematical singularity and impossibility, and that's what we call the Big Bang. So according to physics, there was this particle that's infinitely dense and infinitely small that lasted for who knows, because time didn't exist at that point. At one instant, it exploded. And when it exploded, all of the formations of the galaxies and everything else was already imprinted in these certain variations of the gravitational fields of the small molecular masses that were in that initial explosion, which we today see as background radiation. Okay, so that background radiation tells us what the universe looked like when light first started being generated for stars and that sort of thing. So what happens is, according to the theory that I'm trying to develop in this book, in my book, so light's going out, but it starts attracting itself, electromagnetic effects or gravity itself or whatever. And this takes time and distance. It's not instantaneous. It takes a very, very long time. And when these things get together, they start to deviate their own orbits, their own trajectories. So they're no longer going straight. They're no longer parallel. They're going towards each other. And then they grab each other and they start spinning around each other. other mass starts getting into that vortex and spinning around them. And I'm using as a basis Nikola Tesla's opinion on Einstein's formula E equals mc squared, where Tesla said that Einstein thinks that energy is the unknown, whereas mass is the unknown. We know energy is everywhere. It's the constant. But mass is what we don't know. So if that was Tesla's question, that's what I wanted to figure out, how energy became mass. And you were going to say something.
Let me jump in here. I got something I wanted to add to this. Let's see here. I'm going to give a clip from one of our other guests that I have queued up.
All right.
Because you're going into the perfect topic for it.
Yeah, of that other guest that you had that I also, I enjoy his stuff.
Yeah, Mark Fiorentino.
Yeah, that guy. Exactly.
Geometry that would do what I just read in this article, this statement. The dynamical geometry that was spinning fast that would create the phenomena of mass. But all they knew in his time was the neutron was just sitting there and the proton was just sitting there, and they didn't know there was any.
He's referring to Albert Einstein.
Exactly. No, I got it. I'm following along. Continue
on. I
on.
want to make sure everybody knew.
Thing really inside of them. And what I was able to determine is the pattern of motion looks like this. The three quarks form this thing called a trefoil knot. And this is what's going on inside of the proton and the neutron. And as you can see, it's a knot. So the strong force, which is mistakenly credited to gluons that are not there at lower power probes using electrons or photons or whatever, that don't disturb the inner core of the neutron and the proton, they don't see gluon. They don't see gluons until they smash the neutron and the proton, and all these things come flying out of it, and they deduce incorrectly that these things were hidden there somehow.
Yeah, they got to name them something, so they make shit up.
Yeah.
No.
Exactly.
The way that the particles work and generate their mass is through moving in at 9/10 of the speed of light, 99% of the speed of light, and they
That's
generate
enough to create mass.
shape. And this shape, electromagnetic shape, is what holds the quarks together, not the gluons. No gluons there.
It's the shape.
Understood.
He's absolutely right, because they can move at the speed of light, and they don't see that the mass is always going to move. The light is always going to move at the speed of light. But what Tesla was talking about is if you take Einstein's equation and you invert it, E equals mc squared, that means that m equals E divided by c squared. What does that mean? That means energy decelerated equals mass. So what is deceleration? It means that you slow it down. But do you really slow it down? No, you just take it off its vector. If it's going this way in a straight line, it's going at the speed of light in a straight line. If you deviate that and start spinning around another one, and it starts spinning around another one, and eventually after they're enough, they start spinning in the format that video just showed, they're actually in a knot to where they are traveling at the speed of light, but they're not going anywhere. They're right there.
They're creating their own effect on the fabric around them.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's what they haven't been able to determine in the past before, is what was causing that effect on the fabric. And they labeled it as things like gravity. They'd label it as mass. They labeled it as a lot
How
of
did it begin initially? And that's one of the questions. And that's what I try to get in my book. Why? Because it's not really important. And that's one of the things that I really tie myself up in, because I haven't finished my book because I needed to finish the biology, the chemistry and biology section of it. But in the reality, I need to get to the point to where it's, what do you do with the question that my wife and my uncle and my dad always ask me, okay, all this information, what are you going to do with it today in your life, tomorrow? How is that going to affect you? How is Nibiru going to affect you? Well, I've got my tinfoil hat, and I've got my house. I want to cover it with an EMP shield, so that whenever all this stuff hits, I'll be the one still sitting pretty when everybody else is outside the ark drowning. Because the best thing is to not be caught unaware. Because if you think that everything's going to stay the way it always has been, I'm sorry, you're wrong, because nothing ever has. Everything changes. Always.
Constantly. Constant change.
The only constant is change. But that's what we live in. Now, how is it going to change? For example, if you're at the beach, you can't sit calmly on the beach like you do at the pool. You can sit next to the pool for 5 hours and nothing will happen. You sit at the beach for 15 minutes and you're going to have different waves coming in, different people doing and everything else. And so you're going to have movement on the beach. And it seems chaotic because, my sandcastle got knocked down because the water came in. Yeah, what causes those waves? Some waves are bigger, some waves are smaller. Oh, it's because there's a storm out in the ocean that pushed it this way. Yeah, but everything in existence is those waves. If we look at the ocean, like surfers read it and they can see a wave out there, 1.5 miles out. Oh, that's a good one. What do you mean? That one? No, the one before it's small, but the one behind it, it's really rolling. Look at it. Just smooth out there. And you see that it's flat. There's just these little things. But he's able to read those little things, how they will eventually build up to where the shoreline gets shallower and it ends up pushing that mass up. And so even that little mass at that depth means a much larger wave at the shallower depth. So he's already
if you can read it, you can see that energy building up too.
Exactly. Now, a surfer gets that ability because he's out there and he's watching the ocean the whole damn time. But somebody in the stock market gets the same feel. They feel the waves building up. They don't call it waves, they call them bubbles. Because they try and see them in 3 dimensions, when in reality, it's just a big wave that's forming. And it will eventually go down. But they're looking at it as going, look at it, it's a bubble, it's going up, it's going up, it's going to continue going up. When is it going to explode? They're also waves. Everything. Fashion is a wave. All of a sudden you got bell bottoms came in, went out. Then you got these whatever, and whatever. And they come in and they go out, and they come in and they go out. And different fashions build up and then they go down. Grunge was around for a while, and then you had, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, exactly. You get to know, but that's on your particular beach. On Oahu, we're going to have to see. I've got a friend of mine that moved from where I'm at. He tried for 5 years, and he finally was able to. He got a professorship in a university in Hawaii on Maui. So he went from Brazil to Maui. And so now he's, sending me pictures of the North Shore. I don't know how he got there, whatever. I don't think it's on Maui. But anyway, those waves, yeah, you can see them. The 5th one's going to crash. You see them building up. Now, the 5th one on the beach where you're at because of the formation of the sand. Some of the other beaches, or maybe the 3rd one is going to come in, or maybe the 8th one, depending on how shallow it is. In Acapulco, there were 5 waves. The first one crashed huge. Then it crashed smaller. Then it crashed smaller. But it'd be one wave because there was just such a steep slope in the beach there in Acapulco that it made these huge waves from the open ocean just crash suddenly. And so you had these 5 sequences of waves, and you could only play with the last one because that one was 3 feet tall. That one you could play with. The other ones, there was a friend of my dad's who went out there and he wanted to play like the 3rd or 4th one. And then ended up, he went on a board. He went up and he didn't catch it right. He didn't surf it, and it just broke the board, and it broke him. So basically, it broke his back. He had to buy 3 plane tickets so that they could put his stretcher sideways on the plane. So he could get back to the city to have surgery to fix his back. Those waves can be fierce. A diver. Nice. Scuba or snorkel? Because I dove with scuba gear, 42 meters. Where the Navy SEALs only recommend up to 30 meters. But our guide there in Cozumel told us, you got to see these corals. And he was absolutely right. At 42 meters depth, those corals, there were these tunnels in the corals that were absolutely beautiful. And whenever you go from one coral structure to another, there's this black abyss. There's just cold water that seeps over your belly. And as you go through to the other coral, you want to go quickly, because even though you're floating through water, that's a dark abyss. And I'm still afraid of heights, even though I'm floating in the water, but I'm still afraid of heights. I see that and I swim to the next coral. Later on, the guy told me that, that was about 15,000 meters down, because that was one of those crevices. So that was deep, which is why I got that cold feeling of the water on my belly. And it took us 30 minutes to get back up, because you got to pause at every 10 meters to equalize, let the small bubbles get out of the small vessels in your veins, get back out. Because the problem is that as you go up, the pressure is reduced, because there's a lot of pressure under all that water. So as you go up, that gas, especially nitrogen, inside your body starts to expand as well. And so if it gets into the extremities of your body, and you go up too fast, it expands and it explodes and it detonates the vessels, the blood vessels at the extremities. And that's what they call the bends.
Okay? Oh, yeah. It also happens in your brain, too. You get it from moisture pockets in your brain as well.
Happens everywhere. I'm talking about your fingers, but it's on your toes, it's on your brain, it's on your ears, it's on your lips, it's everywhere. Every extremity, the furthest most where they're smallest, and any expansion of gas will destroy that. So you have to be very careful when you're coming back up, and you time your return. You have to make sure you have enough oxygen in your tank and everything else in order to go up. So it's fun, but it's a process. You can't lose focus on certain procedures. So diving. She looks at the waves beforehand to make sure that there's no storms coming in or something that might actually perturb. Once you're under those waves, nothing really affects you. I mean, it's just wonderful stuff. 3 types of what that you can
get? Bins or the...
Oh, okay. Gotcha. The bins. Bins is a bitch, man. That thing.
How do you pronounce that one? Pneumothorax? Pneumothorax is in the throat.
Pneumothorax. Thorax would be your upper. Your thorax is your
thorax
chest.
Is up here, I thought.
And pneumo is your lungs, because pneumatic is Greek for air. So pneumothorax is your chest and your throat. Oh, okay. It's the equipment. So you wait for the biggest one out so you don't have to, because you take a lot of stuff going. Pneumo, that's how you pronounce it. Pneumothorax. Exactly.
I hate silent P's.
That's mainly in English, my friend.
Yeah, that's true. Sí, es Vargo aquí.
Funny, I wanted to see what the chat was going on, because you keep putting that up and I didn't know what was going on.
Oh, they were just talking about.
No, I know, but I missed Mud Rabbit's NASDS certified.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not certified because I was too fucking young. I was 13 years old, and when I went through the training, they wouldn't let me go through. My dad said, "Well, I'm taking him scuba diving in Cancun. I want him to know." Well, he can't go scuba diving. He's too young. He won't be certified. He goes, "It's Mexico. He's going scuba diving, certified or not. But I want him to know so that he's safe when he's doing it."
That's good.
So, yeah,
At
he
least
can
you
take
wanted-
the course.
you
We
wanted to
just
learn
can't
the right way.
certify him. Fine. I took the entire course. It was freaking wonderful, and I loved the trip. And I went further and deeper than what I was supposed to, about 50%, because the SEALs recommend 30 meters depth, and we went down to 42. And I was watching that depth meter, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, all right.
We're here.
Actually, you got to do this because this means that you need to go up for air. So you just do the okay sign. And I went down and followed along, and it was a wonderful trip.
Yeah, no, I'm always about people learning hand signals in those situations or any kind of stuff like that. I do a lot of crane work when I'm doing trees and stuff like that, and I want to make sure everybody's communicating with hand signals and knows what's going on whenever there's a high danger situation. Communication.
That's what men were developed for. If you've read Men Are From Mars and Women Are From Venus, or because that's where he explains it best. There's another book that's similar. It's Why Women Make Love and Men Have Sex. That's women written from a female perspective, but they both talk about the same situation. The anthropological development of the human psyche based on the natural abilities of each one to coexist and allow society to survive and thrive. We all have our abilities that allow everyone else to go. Yeah, exactly. Yep. And we went down the feet. No, not feet, baby. That's meters. So multiply that times 3. 30 feet. That's 10 meters. I go that. I mean, shit, that's easy. No. We're talking about 30 meters. That's 100 feet.
She's saying that's. I think she's saying that's the minimum that you have to decompress coming up.
Oh, 1 atmosphere. Okay, yes, we were down 10 atmospheres, which means that you have to have a stage to decompress. Yeah, she's right. Every 30 feet, which is 10 meters, every 30 feet that you come up, you have to wait for a while to decompress. 5-10 minutes, sometimes it's a long time, to make sure that the air is out. And then you go up another 10 meters, and then you have to decompress again. So, yeah, we had to decompress 4 times before we came up, or 3 times anyway. But it was fun. It was a blast. Yeah, there are lots of things that you have to think about that you normally don't think about whenever you're – it's the same thing whenever you're in an airplane. And, for example, in order to clear your ears from that pressure is the same thing whenever you're coming down in an airplane. You know, you squeeze your nose and blow out your nose so that it just equalizes your ears. It reduces the external pressure because what happens, you have air pressure that pushes in on your ears, and it's more than the pressure that you have inside, so you feel pain. So you have to build up the pressure inside to equal the pressure that you have outside. Shallow. Okay. That was an interesting synchronicity. A DJ. But Lady Gaga, really? Okay. So Terry's at work while he's listening to us. This is bizarre and interesting. So cool to know. There could definitely be, especially the word shallow. That was the one that stood out. Valsalva maneuver. Okay, I never knew the name of that. I always did it, but never knew the name of it. Valsalva maneuver. Exactly. You do that either in planes or but I learned it when I was scuba diving. So yeah, we've gone from Nibiru to scuba diving to DJing and Lady Gaga.
Yeah, place, but there's nothing wrong with that. That's how you get the full perspective.
That's a conversation with me, buddy. I mean, we got everything. Okay, but yeah, actually, that might be, you call it synchronicity. There might be entanglement that's involved there. Quantum temporal entanglement. I don't know. Everything's possible at this point.
It's those waves. It's the ripple effect.
Hey, it could be the 100th monkey. Have you heard about that one?
Only 12 monkeys.
Yeah, I love that movie. Two great actors doing some seriously funky thought processing.
There's a TV series as well. It involves time travel.
12 Monkeys. I haven't seen the TV series. I would be interested in that because there are so many rabbit holes to go down with that. However, 100 Monkeys is the idea that you can teach something to one monkey and teach something to another 2 or 3 monkeys. And those monkeys will teach those that are around them. But the learning process is going to be immediate. Those who watched somebody do it or who were taught by somebody who knew how to do it. An immediate expansion of that knowledge of those that are around there. But scientists found out that after about 100 monkeys within that village that had, within that community, that had a certain knowledge, there were monkeys that were not in contact with them, that were in other communities that started doing the same thing. They inherently knew it, but they weren't taught by anyone. That's the 100 monkey effect. Yeah, that's also another one, and it's most probably true. Although I hate to admit it. You have to show them, but after a while,
a lot of humans learn by example.
Everybody, every animal learns by example. Okay, now humans have an ability to not just learn by example, but
otherwise we would have no new ideas then, though. You know what I mean? People do create things, and people do come up with things on their own without example. That's part of our free will and our ability to do those things.
Yeah, okay, but statistically, they happen to have the same stupid fucking ideas.
Usually, they build off of each other and they evolve.
Yeah, and that's how things happen. But whenever you get a child going through the process, they end up falling down in the same holes that you recognize that many fell down beforehand. And that's the whole thing. If we go back to the Stone Ages, it's going to take us another 5,000 years to get back to where we are now. So it's good to try and preserve some of the knowledge and mentality that's put on a tinfoil hat to try and preserve the knowledge. Because otherwise, we're going back to the Stone Ages again, and we'll have to go through the whole damn thing again.
If I gotta wear a tinfoil hat to protect the knowledge, I might lose the knowledge. I'm not gonna be caught dead in a tinfoil hat. I'll tell you what. So I think that's so. I think it's been so. I don't know, drugged through the dirt. Tinfoil hat is the crazy person. It's the guy that and I mean, unless I knew how thick this tin or aluminum foil needs to be, I give me some specs and I'll tell you if it's feasible.
All right. Now, there's this channel that I was watching a couple of months ago, 6 months, almost a year ago, that they developed what would be like, they used fabric that was laced with fibers to where basically the fabric was creating a Faraday cage. So it would be like an EMP scarf and that sort of thing. That would do the same thing. Organic portals. Well, okay. I'm
Are you
sure
talking
they
like
do.
organic portals and hyperdimensional attacks?
Yeah.
Is that where we're going?
Yeah, that's where we're going. Can I take a break before we go there?
Oh yeah,
Give me
yeah,
2
you
minutes.
definitely can. I'm gonna catch up with the chat a little bit because we got a few more out here. Let's see. It says why isn't this coming up on my sorry, no, it's updating. Those people you can't tell them anything, can't show them either. That's true. Tinfoil hat makes me think of the movie Signs. Yes. Organic portals are people. Ooh. Ooh, that is an intriguing rabbit hole that you have here, Mud Rabbit. Why is it that the rabbit finds the best rabbit holes? Soulless humans piercing the veil of reality. Ooh. I like this. Non-player people, or whatever you want to call them. I'm just reading some of the reptilian traps, organic portals, clones, and archons.
Holy crap, we're going there. All right. We're going to
I was just
reptilians,
reading.
archons, and
I was reading some
all
of the
right.
popular
All right, we can,
posts related.
I had popped out of chat. Let me pop the fuck back in the chat because this is holy crap. All right. Sorry. Let's go.
The original paper by Laura Knight. All right, let me see if I can. I have it pulled up right now. So let me see if I can share it.
All right.
This sounds interesting.
Signs, yes, exactly. But they weren't wrong, were they? Okay, organic portals are people. Now that's different.
Yeah, we're getting deep.
Laura Knight. Yeah, okay. Wow. All right.
Oh wow, they have the second clip was organic portals Montauk. That's interesting.
Oh shit! Now I have no idea about that. Maybe that other Montauk guy that you had on.
We got to get Fowler on here. We need the Fowler files. We need to research them.
Yeah, we're not gonna fly on. Now I know a lot of stuff, but I can't talk about things that I don't know about, and I don't know about, which is why
I know a lot about Montauk, but it was just one of the related ones. It sounds like these portals. It just seems like kind of what we were talking about with when you're almost in a meditative state, or when you're open to something else being able to possess you.
Well, see, there you're talking
time.
about out of body experience, and I'm not sure that the other race.
Tom.
Oh, he's met Tom.
Tom who?
All right. No comment there.
You leave it in the chat because I'm not sure who you're talking about.
Anyway, what about organic portals? I'm still not sure about that. But it would be an interesting rabbit hole to go down. Absolutely. Whenever you do we are portals as well, because we are constant conduits with the cosmic consciousness. Okay. We are just tuned in to a specific frequency that is our consciousness and our idea of who we are. Okay. Our genetic codes basically defines which channel of consciousness we're tuned into in the cosmic realm, and that's what we personify in this manifestation of who we are. In that, we can be portals. If we leave our TV set, our body, and go somewhere else, somebody else can come into our TV set. In that case, we could be portals. That's as far as
I'm trying to remember what Tom she's talking about. She keeps referring to a Tom from Montauk, and I'm having trouble remembering which one. I know. I feel like he wore a mask in the documentary that they just recently did, but I could be mistaken. But the gentleman that we had on, Rocco, he knows a little bit about Tom as well, because I think he referenced him and said he wore a mask in one of the recent documentaries and movies that they came out with when it was about the Montauk boys and their treatment. And Rocco is going to be doing one hopefully this weekend. So if you guys are interested in any of the Montauk stuff, I'm going to be doing something with Rocco this weekend. And I'm not sure what else. I might have one more surprise one in there. Not sure.
You got surprises aplenty, Jake. Definitely. Hey, when are we going to get that Bitcoin thing up there? Aliens aplenty. We got that disclosure that wasn't even freaking disclosure. I mean, what the hell was that disclosure? We even talked about that on Aaron's show.
It's not
that wasn't disclosure, but they're trying to set something up. I mean,
you know how I always like to say it. It's basically finding water on Mars for the 5th time. It's not new news. It's the same news we've heard over and over again, and it's disclosure isn't anything new. The closest you're going to get to disclosure in the public eye when it comes to something like that is going to be science fiction. I mean, that's about as close as we could ever get, just to make it
science fiction is already disclosed a lot. Now, but what they're doing with that disclosure is just getting people used to the idea that it's real. Because lots of people still believe that it's not real. So once they believe it's real, then they'll be able to believe the next phase that they're going to try and push on everybody. Okay, because we've got Russia, China, and the Vatican giving up their power for some other entity. Don't know who. Oh, that's very bizarre. What are you pulling up there?
Organic Portals, The Other Race, Part 1. Note, beware of the twists at Montauk.net. If you are interested in possible twists and their function, read our disclaimer first. I have a feeling I'm going to have to look at this at another time, but the examiner never hits upon the chaos sometimes found on searching beneath the outer surface of paranoid schizophrenia or schizophrenic. Wow, this is something I'm going to have to dive into at another point. There's a lot here.
The Adamic and pre-Adamic races. Read that one.
Okay.
In book 3 of his Gnosis, Muraviev discusses what he calls pre-Adamic humanity and Adamic humanity. There are some excerpts of what Muraviev has to say. In the first volume of Gnosis, we already referred several times to the coexistence of two essentially different races, one of men and another of anthropoids. We must emphasize the fact that from the esoteric point of view, the latter term has no derogatory meaning. The scriptures contain more than one reference to the coexistence of our planet of these two humanities, which are now alike in form but unlike in essence. We can even say that the whole dramatic history of humanity from the fall of Adam until today, not excluding the prospect of the new era, is overshadowed by the coexistence of these two human races whose separation will occur only at the last judgment. Thank you, Mud Rabbit, for all of this. The human tears.
Well, and she was referencing a rabbit hole, and she goes, "Here, I got a rabbit hole for you." Yeah, you succeeded. That is a rabbit hole. We're definitely gonna have to look into this more.
I have.
Oh, you know about this?
Not this specifically, but it fits in with the entire idea of what I have and what's going on. So it adds a couple of more details, which is why I was reading along.
Mm-hmm. In Eden, mankind lived in the fourth density.
The battle is always there. It's when you choose that counts.
Oh, Terry.
That is always there. It's just when you want to face it and fight it. So what did you just Google organic portals the other race? Is that it?
No, I specifically went to the site that Mud Rabbit referenced. So
I'm gonna have to go into the chat and see that so I can have that as my own.
but yeah, if you watch the video, it'll be I believe the link should be up on the top. Oh no, you can't see it on there. Okay. I will I'm gonna put it in
Is it the Cassiopeia link that she put in?
I'm going to put it on a banner right now, and I'm gonna run it on the bottom of the screen.
That's it. Okay, I got the link. Thank you very much, Mud Rabbit. Appreciate it. I got it.
Okay.
I'm saving that to my favorites. That goes into my book, man. That is freaking awesome. That had some good information.
And then
I appreciate it, Mud Rabbit. That was awesome.
Wants to see what it is, or they see this and don't see the live chat, I got it on the bottom right now for this page, so should be able to find it. But yeah, no, this is definitely the rabbit hole you promised. I appreciate it.
That's going to be a good one. Yeah, Portals of Human. Well, there we're talking about, Adamic and pre-Adamic. And I've been down that rabbit hole for a very long time, and it's basically consumed my life. And my dad thinks I'm nuts, and my mom sort of laughs along because she accepts anything that her son does. My wife thinks I'm nuts now, and my son, 17, is thinking that I'm off my rocker as well. But I've been going down these exact same rabbit holes my entire life because I know they're real. I know they're there. I know there's something to it. But in the end, like my wife keeps saying, we got to survive. Okay. Or as we'd say in the States, you got to pay the bills. And none of that. But why is that important? Why do we go after those things? And, I'd love to wear the tinfoil hat and those scarves and everything else. And I wore hats for years. Oh, that's why I got to have you on my channel, Mud Rabbit. And you said, moi? Me? Why me? What do you mean me? I'm nobody. No, I got to have you on. I mean, this is freaking awesome, Mud Rabbit. Anyway, I got hats. I've got a collection of hats. I used to love hats, but I don't because it screws up my hairline, and I love my hair. However, it looks like shit because I've been wearing a hat because of the cold. So, yeah, I couldn't wear a tinfoil hat because I like my hair too much.
I was gonna say that's a worthless battle. Don't worry about your hair.
We need a worthless battle. I've done a good job. I mean, I've got a better set of hair than, I know some friends are
about as inevitable as dying. I mean, everybody loses hair. It's never gonna end like you want.
Everybody dies, and everybody stops playing sports, and everybody stops eating meat eventually because your teeth can't chew it anymore. So you'll eat oatmeal and grovel and everything else because eventually we all get there. But let's enjoy life while we still have it. Okay. We have this body. We have this Ferrari of a vehicle that we use, and we use it. No, don't overuse it. Otherwise, your engine will blow and you'll die at 27, like all those famous people that we know.
Like some people have a Ferrari. Some people have a Pinto. It's just how you take care of it.
They have a Pinto because they treated it like shit.
Yeah.
Even a Ferrari is going to backfire if you put crappy gas into it and don't take care of it and everything else.
So just random thought when you just said that. My car takes E85, and there's a lot of corn oil produced out here and other types of other alternatives. And I tried it in my car. My car runs like shit on E85. I think it's so strange. I don't know why. I can tell it's messing up my engine. I'm getting like misfires and stuff from the engine, but they try to pretend it's, feasible. And I'm like, oh, operating at half capacity is feasible. And I mean, yeah, it's like $1 cheaper and it might be better for the environment, but it's like until they start coming up with better solutions, whether it's electric or whether it's using, I think they could have used hemp oil a long time ago if people wouldn't have been so against it. That would have been a great oil.
10 years ago, I convinced the company that I was working for to develop a biodiesel generator for people to be able to convert oil into biodiesel. Okay, that was 10 years ago. No, about 15 years ago that I was doing that. Okay. My uncle and grandfather, who was alive at that point, said, no, I got gas and I can pay it. It's cheaper because it's not economically viable. Then we get into whether or not it's environmentally, because, after I make that video showing the garden that I got, you're going to realize that I'm not the environmentalist, but, I've got an environmental mindset. So I want to do things that are better for the environment. Elkhorn Manifesto. I'm going to have to look that up. Because that's another thing that I've been defending for 20 plus on 30 odd years.
When you're talking, they have everything from polymers. They have a more environmentally safe polymer you can make. They have rope.
You can make plastics from hemp, man.
There's so many things. There's so many things that you can make from hemp that we've just discarded because hemp is related to marijuana.
But you know why they did that? You know why they did that?
Why?
I mean, did you understand the history behind Anslinger?
Well, I mean, I understood the history behind it. Was the medical offices trying to keep
cotton is king.
It was also against Eastern medicine. I feel like we were willing to get our slaves to pick any crop we had. We didn't care what the slaves were picking until we came along with the cotton gin. We didn't give a shit. I mean,
the cotton gin came out because we were focused on cotton. I mean, the battle on this weed has been very long. Why? Because the first sales that came over to the Americas were made from hemp.
Yeah.
Okay. Columbus came over on a hemp pushed ship. However, they eliminated it once they found cotton, and they had to do everything they could. Now, Anslinger ended up making marijuana illegal. In fact, the reason it has the name marijuana is because of the racist epithet of Anslinger, who wanted to make, Mexican immigrants and blacks. Blacks had other habits. They preferred other things. However, the weed was associated to Hispanics, which is why it got the name marijuana, which is Mary Jane, right? Which are two very common names. What is the most common name in English? Jane. What's the most common name in Spanish? Maria. So you just combine the two, and it's a completely racist stereotype. Fine. Are we in cancel culture? What the fuck? Then fine, let's legalize weed because it's racist. But that's the reality that we're in today. However, it also had the knock-on effect of affecting everything else, hemp, and plus, especially with studies and scientific studies and everything else about the benefits of all those different things. Oh yeah, reefer madness. Oh, they're gonna go crazy. They're gonna go mad.
They attempted to
tie your children,
slaughter, suicide, conspiracy to murder, attempt to rape, like that. Yeah, they definitely built it up to be a lot more than it was, and they definitely tied it to the black community like it was something that should be associated with a specific race of people in order to, diminish their
that was an extremely racist time, not the times we're in now. Oh, okay.
Wow, never heard of that.
Yeah, well, see, the swastika is actually an Eastern Hindu symbol.
Yeah,
okay, so it's much older. In fact, it's also found in the swastika is also found in Hopi Indian lore as well. So it's not just a unique, the Nazis invented it. No, so they were into some seriously esoteric shit.
Oh yeah,
and because of the esoteric stuff they were into, they got a symbol that was powerful and natural and everything else that they wanted for them, and they ended up kind of like the rainbow. All right. I mean, when I went to Machu Picchu, which is the picture as the logo on my channel, I went through Cusco, and when I landed in Cusco from Lima, there was a rainbow flag in the middle of the town, and I'm like, "Are you guys associated?" No, they stole it from us because that is the flag that our community has flown for hundreds of years. And it's also, the rainbow is also something that is a promise that will never be flooded again. And that was usurped. That was taken by an organization that doesn't have the best benefit of society in mind, the same way that the swastika was taken over by a society that didn't have the best benefit of mankind in mind. They're both associated to the deep and twisted pathologies that steal good ideas and twist them to where they can never be thought of as good ever again. The word gay originally was somebody who was happy. We don't associate it with that anymore.
What road are you tiptoeing down with your Christian beliefs?
The rainbow flag had its origins beforehand.
Oh yeah.
They usurped it.
Now it's actually been turned into a racist symbology. I think it was adopted by a racist ideology as well, the rainbow flag.
How the hell did that happen?
I believe it had to do with the Keck frog and all of that stuff, and the Keck Foundation, and that frog that everybody. There's so much stupid stuff.
Oh, the Keck frog. I got you. The Keck frog. Sorry, I got the Keck frog
stuff. Like, people that have associated symbology with so many different things, it's got to be so confusing at this point. Like, I mean, who came up with the first cross? I mean, it had to have been around as long as humans have been around. Like, there's people were.
Hold on, you said it was taken over by a racist organization. Now you mentioned the Keck frog. Now you're going to say that Keck is racist?
No, I'm saying it was developed to be a racist thing. I mean, it's just people try to run it one way and have their views when that's actually not really the meaning of it. It's like the idea of any organization. I feel like, the Pepe frog. That's what Mud Rabbit just said.
Yeah,
Pepe.
Exactly. That's Keck.
Yeah, from Kekistan, which is supposed to be all of this made up stuff. Like, some guys with bad intentions used it to troll Jordan Peterson one time. They've depicted it in negative connotations on TV shows. Like, the public perception of it is skewed on purpose. And I feel like people don't want you to know what side you're on, and people want to have the confusion with it. I feel like that it happens with any organization. Whenever you have somebody that's not all following the same, party, or
everyone has to beat to the same drummer. Okay, and that's the whole thing. That everybody wants to control everybody else. But that's part of the control. That's part. God created this universe through the filter of Jesus Christ to allow us the free will. Because in the universe, you cannot go against God's will, period. The end. There is no freedom. There's his will, which is usually to our benefit. However, there are miscreants that want to do other things that are only to their benefit, not to everyone's. And they do things. In that universe, that doesn't happen. Here, free will exists because a sacrifice was paid in order for it to begin to exist. Now, that free will has been taken advantage of and taken to its extreme points is also part of the experiment, because the adversary was placed here to do just that. Now, do we follow the anti or do we follow the original? And that's the point of free will, because it's what we choose in this reality, in this life. It's what we choose to follow. It's what we choose to do. Without a choice, there is no free will. But to think that to have a free choice means that you choose opposite of what the Father wants. That's not freedom. That's slavery to an opposing system. And that
But I
is what's
mean,
dominating.
isn't that?
That's
I
what's
mean,
dominating today.
don't God and Jesus give you that ability to? You could follow a darker path and follow a different fallen angel, or you could follow,
The question is, are you going to be most useful afterwards? That's the whole point. Because we are here for a limited time. We are mortal. To
useful.
hone our souls.
Because just think about it. Think about it in the satanic realm.
Do as thou wilt.
How is it? How is
do
it?
as much damage now that you will be rich and have all your pleasures.
It can be just as useful to fight for a negative army in the eyes of rewards. If you're thinking about if you're going to get rewarded for your actions for fighting in a negative way, it's just like politics. It's just like anything else. Whenever there's
Why not get
on the other side,
right now?
what will you be willing to risk or give up?
Why so many of those politicians and so many of those artists and so many of those people that wanted quick rewards gave up? That's one of the sayings that's actually written down. It says, "What gaineth a man who gains the world and gives up his soul?" We see lots of people who died at the age of 27. It's a really bizarre number. However, we've got lots of artists that have that number as the last one that they marked on their birth certificate. Why? Because they lived life to the fullest and they were gone quickly. The question is, how can you live long without necessarily? I mean, there are people that lived to 92 but didn't enjoy a day of their life. Is that worth it as well? So there's this sort of balance that you try and hash out. But in the end, the only reason that we have the ability, the freedom to make that choice is because somebody made a sacrifice. And if you're not willing to accept that sacrifice, then the consequences of your actions are on your shoulders. And you can't handle the consequences of your own actions because we all do some seriously stupid shit. And we fuck up a lot of people's lives.
That's true.
And pay back the shit that we do is fucking tough, if not impossible.
And I think some of the things that we do as a society, especially in the U.S., is go to war for these false premises when we think we're doing a positive thing sometimes, and we're actually just attacking people, and
you're going down other rabbit holes, man.
That is another rabbit hole. But I mean, I think when we're talking about making good decisions and making bad decisions, just following your country sometimes can be, a bad decision, even if you might think it is been proposed to you as a positive.
Following your country is one thing. Following a leader is. I'm a Trump fan, so yeah, I'll follow a leader. But the second that he tells us that, hey, I brought out, Operation Warp Speed, and I got this stuff, this medicine out there quicker, and I recommend that you take it and everything else. As long as he says that we have an option, we're okay. The second he says that everybody has to, I got serious fucking problems, and I no longer follow a leader. Why? Because I don't follow a leader. I follow a leader who follows along with the things that I necessarily agree with. Okay, that I think that are good for the country and everything else. If that leader ends up going in a different direction, I'm not going to follow his bullshit because it's not his. He was my leader as long as he was going the direction that I wanted to go in.
Would you follow him after the whole voting system went through and everything like that? If you got your chance to exercise your vote like an American, and then the system went through, would you support whatever president won at the end to try to find a compromise, or would you just root against them for the rest of their term?
First of all, rooting against them for their entire term is what the Democrats did with Trump.
I think it can be unhealthy.
That's counterproductive, and it's destructive over the long term. So the thing is, you need to find a way forward, always. Hold on, I got something blocking the end. Celestine prophecy. I'm going to have to look at that a little bit deeper. I don't know about the Celestine prophecy.
Tell us
But
a little
yeah,
bit more about it, Mud Rabbit, if you got more.
that's what I'm telling you. Mud Rabbit's got to actually show up and then talk because she's got so many rabbit holes and so much.
If you're willing, we'll share you the link right now and you can join us. But that's up to you, because we'd love to have you on and keep the conversation rolling.
These rabbit holes you take us down on. I mean, shit, we had 4 hours of conversations were based on some of Mud Rabbit's questions. So that was good stuff. But we were talking about, actually, what were we talking about?
We were talking about free will, and then we kind of evolved into a further point of that.
Okay. Yeah, gotcha. I thought we were free will was true. It was an expansion, the beginning and the end of things. Whenever we abuse free will and we go to our own devices, the free will can bring us great benefits at other people's expense. And yeah, that's also a question. My thing as well, because my wife knows when I'm online because she can hear me and everything else. So I don't have neighbors nearby. So, and even if they're bothered, fuck them, I don't care. But that's my egotistical nature, making sure that I want to go. And that's part of what free will allows us to do. However, we have to see the benefits versus the damage that we do to society as a whole. For example, we got Gilly Bates talking about, wanting to block out things from the sun because of an excessive amount of sunlight that's reaching the earth, and he wants to be able to reduce that somehow to control the temperatures on the planet. And that's a great idea, and he has the ability to actually do it. And my big question is, who's going to be hurt? Is it going to affect agriculture? Is it going to affect vitamin D levels? Because we know that vitamin D is essential for health as well. So there are things to where we can go towards our own little rabbit holes and be able to do the things that we want to do, and that is free will, and we should be able to do that. But in the end, we have to figure out, is it to everyone's benefit and to what detriment? Being considerate of others is the beginning of everything. Love is the beginning of everything. Beginning and the end of everything. And so if we put our ideas of benefits and the recompense of life in a materialistic and egotistical manner, we're going to get the world that we live in today. The destructive, corrupt, twisted version of reality that has nothing to do with what we expect reality to be. When we consider service to others and help to community, we can grow. Now, but we can't be a hive mind to where we all must be part of the community. No, we cannot obligate others. That's part of the manipulation and control that they want, because it's their will above everyone else's. But what we have to do is that 100 monkeys idea. When you get enough people that have a resonance, that are woke, that are awakened to the true essence of reality, not this fake fucking bullshit satanic woke that is now. Okay, that's bullshit separate, they're just destroying society. Whenever you truly become aware, say not woke, aware of things that are around you, beings that are around you, the energy that you impact with simply leaving your home, you will have an impact on the universe. Okay, so it's being aware of the reality around you. You can interact with it in a more harmonious, specific way. And it doesn't have to be obligated. We are part of the same society. So if I get one, you're going to get one too. You have to, because you need to keep me safe by keeping yourself safe. No, that bullshit don't work.
Careful.
We are, in essence, I protect myself. You want to protect it? Fine. If I protected myself, you do you, I'm going to do me. That's it. That is freedom that God gave us, and that we need to respect what God gave us. That's the reason why we respect people that have other alternative lifestyles that we don't necessarily agree with. That's fine. That's them. Let them do them, and I'll do me. If I allow them the freedom to be them, I should have the freedom to be me. I do unto others. And the whole thing is, you don't look at people love the sinner, not the sin. Things that everybody's doing some fucking bullshit that's wrong. Everybody. And that's the thing that I had against cops. Now I'm not, this whole Marxist fucking bullshit of defund whatever. But because they live that reality for 8-10 hours a day, every day, and they deal with the worst scum of society, because those are the ones that they call cops to protect society from. So they have to deal with those individuals every day. And it alters their perception of reality to where they think that all individuals are possibly one of those. And technically, we all are. Because every single one of us does something wrong, something that we shouldn't be doing. And that's also free will. Now, the laws are built on making sure that we don't harm others in the exercise of our free will. The problem is the lack of consciousness and awareness. If our free will is also to the benefit of others, there should be no law against what we're doing. But people don't do that.
I want to jump in here, and
please.
I kind of agree with what Mud Rabbit's saying. It's simple. Service to others is service to self. It's an appropriate question to ask before doing anything. I think if the society that we live in today had more consent across the board, we wouldn't have nearly as many crimes and problems as we have. Consent is such a good thing to have from human to human on any basis, whether you're talking government, whether you're talking relationships. Consent is one of the most personal things when I think it comes to human rights.
Consent can be manipulated. That's the only problem.
What's that?
Consent can be manipulated.
How so?
How so?
Yeah.
Well, we've got an entire Nuremberg Code written about that. We've got an experience over the last 6 months to where consent is requested. But in the case of today in New York, we've got a governor, de Blasio, a mayor, saying that consent will no longer be an option. That they will have.
I don't think that's not the type of. That's not what I mean by consent. I don't think that's consent.
Everything is about that. Because it's the same way in a relationship as well.
Control. That's not consent. That's control. Somebody's telling you what to do.
But see, what you can manipulate consent, and media has been doing that for a very long time. How many worthless garbage products have you actually bought?
I'm talking about, but I just want to make this clear and separate these two topics. When it comes to consent, I'm talking about it on a human aspect. I think if more people got along with each other and asked permission and got permission to do things before they did, whether we're talking government, relationships, or anything, I think it would be more beneficial, and our society would be working together a lot better.
Absolutely.
But I do think anybody can corrupt anything. I think humans are corrupt by nature. I think.
Let me ask you a question. There's consent from the companies that people work for. There is a question of consent, them working for the company and the company deciding to pay them monthly for their services. At what point does that consent?
That's a contract. Let's be specific too.
Yeah. Okay. So if they require you to do a job that will, or do something that will lead to your eventual death, but they're paying you for it,
We're talking
and you
about
sign the
a
bottom
government.
line.
Are we talking about a government company or a personal company?
Either one.
No, it does matter. You gotta.
Okay,
It does
so
matter when you're
tell me
talking about.
about the difference.
What's that?
Tell me about the difference then.
Because I think government entities have a specific obligation to the public. Private entities don't. A good reference is gay cakes. That's the best reference I can give. When you talk about private businesses refusing to give somebody a service for whatever reason they want, they actually do have that right. Whether you think it's a good right or not, it's just like freedom of speech for me. I believe everybody should be able to exercise their
you're
right.
getting about the cakes and whether or not the company should
I'm
provide
using
a
that, no,
service.
I'm just using that as an example.
I'm talking about somebody
Wrestling.
who wants to stay employed but doesn't want to take poison.
I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. And I think it makes a difference if that is a private company or a public company in the sense of being a government-run company, because that makes a difference between what they're allowed to require. A private company.
But see, government should be here to
contract's
protect
up.
us from corporations and from big, because corporations are nothing more than large, powerful individuals who were able to influence many people. Okay. They are the robber barons of old. They're large corporations of today. They are the pharaohs of ancient times. They
What if it was
always
just-
have,
what if
they
it was
are the
just
lords of the
people
Middle
like
Ages.
product, though? I mean,
The problem is that if you get enough power and feel that you can have the right by choice to abuse other people, and you do, and therein lies the problem. But they chose to be abused. Really? They had no other choice. It's that or starvation. It's not much of a choice. So whenever we talk about corporations and their individual entities and they have the right to do this or do that or do the other, that is why I explained to my son that governments have to exist to defend us from those large individuals that would take away the freedoms of the individual because of their consent. It is a manipulated and controlled type of consent because, well, agree with me or else starve to death. That's not necessarily consent. And therein is the problem that we live in today. In the
we have to recognize, just like when we had the same topic come up when we were talking about healthcare or anything else. I think Hobby Lobby is a good example. They wanted employees wanted their reproductive health care to be covered,
paid for by a Christian organization, and they decided not to.
Yes, I do believe
they don't have an obligation to pay.
I do believe that a Christian organization has their own rights that supersede the person that signed a contract.
But there's a difference. There's a difference in the collocation. For example, one is asking someone else to pay for your benefits, and another one is asking for you to take a poison to continue receiving the benefits from them.
That's where I think we're at a disconnect. I think the contract is that you're usually signing up to follow whatever rules that they make applicable in the moment. If
governments insist that those rules aren't abusive, because after all, the rules in the plantation slavery was a rule. We can't necessarily accept that certain rules are going to be because they're a private organization.
No organization has ever came out and said that slavery was a health benefit. That's why I'm saying when people are pushing,
it was the rules of the organization.
When government,
it was the rules of the organization. The people that worked there had no general rights.
When companies and governments are pushing what we're talking about,
when governments and companies get together, it's called fascism.
They're pushing it in the sense of they're trying to put it in the realms of a positive message. They're not trying to make it seem negative.
They're still trying to manipulate you in the same way.
I think that
it is not free will. They are still manipulating, and until you do their will, they won't stop trying to manipulate and connive and control. Because even though they come out in the beginning and all sugar toned and offering you biscuits and bagels and donuts and coffee for life, if you do
I
it.
think the way that they're promoting it is actually giving it more of a negative connotation than they
Now you've got a guy who says,
Three-
we've been nice up until now. Now you're going to have to.
3 people
Wait.
in my county just won $100,000 because they were entered into the lottery for getting their shots.
Yeah.
Congratulations to them. I hope it was worth it. I hope.
They won. They won $100,000 because they got shot.
Yep.
Well, good. That's
Everybody
an
that gets-
excellent.
Yeah. Everybody that
That's
gets
an
the
excellent
shot
pension
gets
plan.
entered.
It reminds me of my aunt who worked her
everybody that
entire
takes the
life to
shot.
save up, and when she was about to retire at 65, she died of cancer.
Everybody
So
that
all of her savings went to her cousins, her nieces that really, what? I only get that much? I can't do anything with that.
Why did the cousins get it all? Was it set out in the will or?
She made sure that the girls were taken care of and all the guys were screwed, her brother especially. Yeah, but see, that's been legal for over a century, and that's the problem. Therein lies the problem, because those are the guys that pull the strings. But it's always been about money. The Greeks sold out to the Persians for the same freaking reason. There was a movie called 300 that was written about that, because the twisted politicians sold out their country for money, and the Persians bought them, and they put their people under the bus. They passed laws that allowed their society to be destroyed. Politicians are the same 3,000 years ago, today. The same traitorous, corrupt, bought off pieces of garbage, which is why we should change them out every 5-10 years. They shouldn't stay in there for 47 freaking years like the senile bastard that's in the freaking Hollywood seat that he is now, because they got planes flying overhead whenever the speaker is the press secretary is talking. They got planes flying overhead. You don't have planes flying overhead of that house. They manipulate everything, and as long as we believe that they're in our best interest, they will continue manipulating it. When we decide to take back our lives, my independence, my water, my electricity, my food, I don't depend on them for anything. I don't need them other than the guy who wants to destroy the forest that's behind me and build a factory that's going to pollute my air, my water, and destroy the community. We need government to protect us from those people. But those people are the ones who control government to make sure that everything that is in our interest and benefit will get destroyed, because fuck us. I need to get back in the chat. I'm missing too much.
I'm actually jumping to one of our fans, or one of our people that we've had on before, and asking him about organic portals. Because I want to know if he knows anything about it, because I'm more intrigued by what Mud Rabbit brought up earlier, and I want to know more about it, but I don't have the time to sit and read it right now.
Now, the Celestine prophecy is something that I need to definitely look up.
Yeah, that book she was talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you look it up just a second ago? What does it have to do with?
I'm looking it up right now.
Oh, gotcha. But yeah, I'm not sure who's in the chat, but if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask them. We can jump on to other topics too. We're just kind of bouncing around tonight, not doing much.
Oh man, we've hit Nibiru, we've hit Mars, we've hit Neptune, we've hit tinfoil hats, we've hit the essence of the twisting of society, control factors, and all that kind of stuff. We've hit everything tonight, I think. Maybe not. There's much more to hit.
Give me 1 second. I got to jump off. We might have somebody joining us.
Okay. In that case, thank you very much for tonight, and give me.
No. Well, we're gonna stay on. I think you might.
Okay.
I think you might join with us. I was just gonna mute my mic for a second.
Okay, no worries.
I have some info about portals to talk about with us.
Interesting. The Celestine Prophecy is an adventure, is a 1993 novel by James Redfield that discusses various psychological and spiritual ideas rooted in multiple ancient Eastern traditions and New Age spirituality. The main character undertakes a journey to find and understand a series of 9 spiritual insights in an ancient manuscript in Peru. The book is first-person narrative spiritual awakening as he goes through a transitional period in his life. The book discusses various psychological and spiritual ideas that are rooted in everything. Possibilities can help individuals establish a connection with the divine. The main character journey to find 9 insights in 9 instances of synchronicity, which is the belief that coincidences have a meaning personal to those who experience them. Which, Terry, this goes back to yours and the synchronicity of shallow that I mentioned before in this video. The historian explains how the world is currently undergoing an enormous shift in consciousness, elaborating on how things have been generally understood until now to be, in the beginning, governed by forces of divinity. 2, with increasing knowledge of the world brought about scientific inquiry. 3, how to find meaning in the world could not be solved by science. People chose instead to focus on efforts to improve their lives materially, subduing and plundering the earth for its natural resources. Hyper-emphasis on controlling economic conditions. Absolutely none of that is false. He also discovers that powerful figures within Peruvian government and Catholic Church are opposed to dissemination of the material found in a manuscript. Also true. While evading the church and Peruvian government, the narrator finds time to read from a prized manuscript that offers insights as a sequence of passages. But it doesn't mention anything about the 9 points that he had to go through. Very interesting book, The Celestine Prophecy. I would be interested in reading that more in depth. But the description didn't talk about the 9 points that would be interesting in that book. So if Matt Mudrabbit has any points to add to those 9 topics, I would be very much interested in discussing it.
I'm going to say, I assume she does. I mean, I assume she's read the book.
Most likely. But still, the problem is that we are now in the point that it is the last book of John that is in main focus, and free will becomes an existential question. Do we have free will? The 10th insight, yeah. So, Mud Rabbit, you're going to give us those 9 and 10 because you need to educate me much more on that. As far as the current battle that we are in, the last book of John tells us about a system that controls everything and eliminates our free will. And my question is, are we entering, or have we already entered into that system that does not allow us free will?
forgot I was muted. I think you can have free will, but I think it just comes down to people realizing that they have control over it and that their destiny isn't set in stone and it can evolve. You say he walks through the process. It's been a number of years since I've read it. It was very informative. I'll have to dig the book out. I'm currently bringing stuff back from storage. Yeah, no, I figured it out. It took me a second. I was talking to somebody offline and then trying to do it online at the same time. But yeah, figured it out. I appreciate it. Oh, but I don't know. We actually get into free will talks a lot. It seems like everything seems to resort back to our free will talks over time.
Well, all right. I missed something.
I was just dabbling with free will after you walked away with it.
And you say that everything ends up going back to our free will, but it does.
What we're talking about, it seems, when we're talking about some of our discussions, I feel like a lot of our discussions get back to the discussion of free will and how much of it you have control of.
Because everything about me goes back to free will. Because that's my whole essence of being, is trying to exercise free will. The reason that I smoke is because I know it's wrong for me. I know I shouldn't. And I know that it's an addiction because of the nicotine that has an effect on my body. And I've been down to 1 cigarette a day. And the reason that I didn't quit is because I didn't want to be a non-smoker. Why? Because it was an expression of my free will. I smoke because I can. And that is a problem for me, actually, because I'm doing harm to myself. Yeah, how others drained. Yeah, I came here. I wanted to stop being drained. But then again, I isolated myself, which is in the last chat, Mud Rabbit. You actually laughed at the comment that I was in, what was it? Prison domiciliar. I was under house arrest for 20 years.
Say what?
I consider myself under house arrest for 20 plus years.
Why so?
I built my house in 2001, May. And yeah, I have a choice to smoke or not. And a lot of people think that, smoking, I don't have a choice. I shouldn't smoke, so I'm not going to smoke because I do. Yeah, it's a choice. And I should choose not to. But yeah, it ends up being a choice. And it's sort of my effort to not go along with the media and with the crowd. But in the beginning, it was trying to be popular and cool and everything else. So everything's kind of counterproductive and bizarre. Life is like that. But getting back to on topic, which there was no real topic.
No, we're just still bouncing around.
Always. That's me. Yeah. The 20 years of house arrest. Yeah, I built this and I started growing my forest and everything else. And yeah, I traveled in the beginning in 2000, from 2003 to 2005. I was going just about everywhere, trying to sell this, which is a biometric key to get into the computer. I have a key for my car, I have a key for my house, and I had a key for my computer, a biometric key. I could only get into my computer using my thumb was not part of that. It was my voice, my face, and facial recognition, and it also followed the blood flow on my head. And so it was 5 different levels of security to make sure that I could get into my computer. It was developed for the DoD back in '97. I was trying to sell it in Brazil in 2003. So yeah, I traveled all over the place and I got out of my house and that sort of thing. But after a while, I've been all over the place. And being able to be here and not have to deal with that resonance of all those people that just want to feed off of you, no matter who you are. Nobody wants to help you. Everybody wants to feed off of you. And that was the general sentiment that I was wanting to get away from. I couldn't handle that. And so I ended up being a hermit, unfortunately, to most everybody else's detriment, because I'm not like the world. I'm not like most people. I can't get into those superficial conversations of how's the weather? Yeah, it's cold. No. The conversation doesn't have depth, doesn't have meaning, doesn't have a way to improve your life. I usually have a tendency of becoming bored and getting really away quickly from that, which is a problem of mine, a serious problem of mine.
Sorry, the off
I'm
chat.
reading the chat too.
Yeah.
Mud Rabbit, you got to send me the book since you're already finished with it.
This is as far as I got down on my chat, at least. But
how we interact with others energetically, and that's what I want to feed off on next, because that was the whole point. Actually, that's one of the points of the book that I want to make, is that how we feed off others energetically. Yeah, the interaction of energy. It's a natural feeding process, because when you're around people that have an energy that resonates with yours, you'll build on each other, and you'll end up getting that resonance and doubling it up and being better at what you're doing. And so that's the point of getting everybody on the same page, getting everybody in the same resonance, and finding people that resonate with you and those vibes and those internal vibes and that sort of thing, is to that's the way we naturally find a way to build on our abilities to make things grow and make things faster and make things better and make things that sort of thing. The problem is that whenever we want everybody in the same sync, we don't accept people that are a different synchronicity. And so we had a tendency of wanting the same type of people that were going after the vision and the idea of the owner of the company. And therein lies a problem of saying that free companies can do what they want, because that's the reason they were created back in the Crusades, so that nobody would actually be held accountable for anything. Nobody's responsible. You can't put a corporation in jail for killing somebody. Yeah, but nobody ends up happening. It's a corporation, but they can do whatever they want. No,
Michael, I'm going to jump in real quick. I have a guest that wants to come on and join our discussions.
Go ahead, please.
I just wanted to give you the okay, because you're my regular Thursday guest, so I wanted to clear it.
That's quite.
Rocco wants to add.
Right. Let's bring it on.
Rocco wants to add to some of this portal conversation and some of this
Rocco.
mantra we touched on, but we didn't want to jump into it because we don't have that much. So
it's Rocco coming on today. Is that it?
Yep, Rocco Fowler.
Okay, so in that case, thanks everyone. I'll be quiet.
Oh no, you're fine. He was just saying he was liking your perspectives as well. He's been tuning in on and off as well.
Okay,
so
well, see, the thing is that I have a tendency to interrupt him, and I don't want to do that. I want him to be able to tell his story and that sort of thing. I just like him to pick up the pace a little bit, and be a little less timid in putting his story out there. That was the only reason I
wonder how hard it is to talk about it, because I personally,
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. I'm abnormal in that I don't give a fuck, so I talk about it anyway.
Possible. You've never been in,
I mean, at
the same time, if we've never been in that dark place before, we don't know how hard it is to talk about some of those things too.
I've been in lots of dark places, and lots of dark places are best not talked about.
it's almost safer to not talk about them sometimes. Speaking
Sometimes
about,
it's necessary so you can heal from them, because the only way to heal from it is dealing with it. But you have to be with somebody who's willing to deal with it with you, because that's a lot of energy that you're unloading onto somebody, and not everybody is willing to deal with that energy. In my case, lots of people don't want to know all the shit that's going on. They prefer the superficial stuff, okay, because they don't feel comfortable with the conversations that I usually want to unload on. So I got a lot of, like, you're noticing, I got a lot of fucking
why
shit.
do you feel like you got to unload a conversation on somebody though?
No,
That's the way you laid it out. But hold on, let me jump in on here. Rocco, how you doing, man? I can barely see you.
Yo, what's up, man? I'm outside, dude. I'm puffing a J, you know. Getting the head right, man. That's it.
Hey, that's how you get your head right.
Oh, man, listen, this helps me. I love it, man. I love it. It helps me heal, you know. One thing I have to say is healing, you know, is a lifetime process. That's for sure. Yeah, she said something about someone to unload on. Sometimes, though, it depends on who you unload on. Because that person could be going through some serious stuff too. Because look at the world we live in now. All right, I'm actually going up against Corey Bush. I'm actually going up against Corey Bush from St. Louis.
Holy crap! You're going up against Corey Good. Why are you going up against Corey Good? What's going on there, Rocco?
Not Corey Good. I said Bush. I said Bush. She's a politician.
Which is even worse. That motherfucker's in the center of the mafia. What are you doing?
There's a little delay. Sorry.
Well, first of all, I'm fighting. What?
There's a little bit of a delay. Sorry, we're talking over each other. We couldn't hear you.
Okay. Now, what was the question?
What about Corey Bush?
Oh, well, she defunded the whole police. She's in Missouri. She took the $70,000 that she's using for her campaign money and bought her own police and basically told St. Louis to F it. My father was murdered in Missouri, and this is why I'm doing this, to prove a point, is why then, back years ago, you know, if you did that, you'd be in jail for at least 7 years or more. You know what I mean? But the thing is he had a life sentence with no parole, no chance whatsoever. And money bought him out. And that's what I'm tired of, that kind of stuff. And now governors are just freely, and mayors or whatever, are just freely letting people out into society, dude. There was a gun shooting right here where I'm at in part of Missouri I'm at. Two kids shooting off guns.
You're going to be on a panel about this, aren't you, Rocco?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Yeah. I wrote her a nice letter, and I let her know I'm coming to, you know, express my, you know, rights. And I believe that, you know, you need to get your head out of your butt, number one, you know, and realize that defunding the police is the stupidest thing you could do ever. Even though you're paying them to actually protect only you. This is serious, bro. I'm not joking with you. I have friends that live there, and they've told me it's getting crazy in St. Louis. New York, forget about it. Forget about it. I was supposed to go to New York, actually.
But they aren't willing to pay for security for the rest of their citizenry. That's the whole point.
Yeah, man. That's what it's going to. You know, they talk about the Great Awakening. Maybe the Great Awakening isn't all of what Hugh Anonymous says and all these other people say. Maybe that was just like a pitch off to get people ready for something similar to it. You
Hold
understand?
on, Rocco,
To me,
there,
this is
I've got to
a
interrupt
ghetto
you
civil war.
just a little
To
bit.
me, this is like a
I
ghetto
want to
civil
add
war.
what you're saying.
Ghetto civil war, because now what they're teaching children in school, first of all, is the color of your skin means nothing, and that's what they're teaching again. Is schools are teaching kids to hate, you know what I mean, and the ancestors and all this stuff, man. Look at that. Look at that and think about that for a second. That is corrupting our society. Basically rewriting our history, and it sucks.
Yeah,
I
it
think
does.
I think there's a balance to it. I think
No, there's no balance. We're in the middle of a
there's a
psychological
balance to it.
cultural
I don't
war.
think they're rewriting history. That's not the
They
point
are.
of. That's not the point of racial whatever theory. It's not what the point of it is. The point of it is to actually teach you history. I think, but listen,
Critical
I think they have
race
a
theory,
negative,
yeah.
let me jump in here though. I think they have a negative effect when they tell people that they are inherently racist because of the color of their skin and that they should be, apologetic or feel bad for what their ancestors did. I don't necessarily think that is a positive thing that has come from critical race theory. But I do think it's good that they're teaching us that, yes, we do bad things in the past. We do need to know about all these things. They shouldn't be swept under the table. But at the same time, look at our advancements in society. We have gotten rid of slavery. We're one of the first countries to do it. There's still countries out there practicing slavery.
Right.
We're trying to get away from those things. We're trying, but it's a timeline. And if we go around tearing down statues and erasing the history, then
you don't understand the point of it, Jay.
Yeah.
It's not about that. They've got this stupid sheep and programmable people doing that. But the overall focus is the destruction of the society and the division of the culture.
Yeah.
Okay. All of this crap is coming out to create things that were already resolved 60 freaking years ago. Okay. To say that we are as racist now as what we were in the 50s, some of those songs that were in those times, yeah, things were really freaking rough. We're not there now. But the reason that this stuff is appearing now is because it's a psychological war on our minds to get us divided against each other so that we're not loving each other. We're finding fault in the others. We're finding what did that person did wrong, what the other person did wrong, what the other person did wrong. We don't focus on us. We don't focus, what did I do wrong? What can I do better? How can I improve society? Me. Not you, not the others, not everybody else. Me. How can I be a better person? They don't care. No, fuck you. I don't need to be better. I need your help and I need your handouts and I need you to be less of a pain in the ass and I need you to be less successful so that I stop feeling like such a fucking loser. So I need you to be less so that I can be more. No, it's about me. Why am I not doing? Do I need to focus more on my work ethic? Do I need to focus more on which corporations? Do I need to focus more on my skills to find out what I can actually give and benefit society in a way that will add to everybody else's life and will be a service to others? When we focus on how we individually can benefit, then the society as a whole will grow. When we figure out that he owes me and they owe us and they can't do that, when we focus on everybody else, we no longer just destroy everybody else, but we're also not edifying ourselves.
True.
And the entire society is built on the individual. If the individual has no value and is destroying everything else, society will crumble and we will be in chaos.
We've talked about that before. You have to work on the individual before you worry about the exterior. You have to worry about yourself. If you can't worry,
but all this TRT bullshit is trying to point the finger at somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
And all this Marxist bullshit that's taken over, kneeling and all that other fucking crap that's taken away from the Olympics, is taken away. I don't watch professional sports anymore
No,
because of these fucking
it's
assholes.
becoming too much of a communist. Yeah. Yep. It's becoming way too
Because we are
communist.
in the middle of a third
I
conflict.
mean, I had a friend
And it
that
is
went
not
to the store. I had a friend that went to the store and bought a box of showed Oreos, and it's all trading on it. They're buying up all our farmland. First of all, we don't belong there. We don't belong there at all. And that's the problem. There are a few that we didn't belong. We didn't even have a dog in the fight, like the Vietnam War. We did not have a dog in that fight. We should have never went over there and did what we did. But unfortunately, we do things because we're told we have to put because we decide to enlist. That's why I never enlisted, especially with the stories I've heard from, Iraq and what they were told they had to do and what they got to live with for the rest of their life, because unfortunately a kid could be carrying something. This is our military, number one, is big, is we need our military.
Well, yeah,
But it's crooked. It seems like people putting more crooked. I'm sorry, what was that, Jacob?
I said I think our military protects us away from our world debt.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. 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 100%. But I think
I
that
don't
they
want to
get
interrupt
less
and break
than
your. I just wanted to put a little thought in here. We were in Vietnam because we needed to eliminate communism, but we stayed in Vietnam because of the heroin and the pot. The CIA was making a lot of fucking money off that stuff. And we shouldn't have stayed there as long as we did. We shouldn't have stayed in Afghanistan, but we were making money off the poppy. The big pharma actually got the entire U.S., a good portion of the U.S. population effect on addicted to opiates. But anyway,
God,
yes, war. Well, there are certain reasons why we're there, but they
still
twist those things for their benefit.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, I clicked the wrong button. But
I meant to do that so I wouldn't interrupt Rocco. I just wanted to put my thought in there. Rocco, go ahead. You're on a good vibe. Go for it.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, our it's people don't realize how lucky we really are in a sense. But I do feel like conspiracy, the word that they use, conspiracy, right, has been so washed. In other words,
I hate that word now.
Except for original stuff.
CIA invented that phrase to block out anyone who doubted of JFK's situation.
Well, the newer stuff, I don't really, I mean, I am a super soldier, so I do astral travel to other dimensions. I've walked through portals while being in Montauk. Time difference, it felt different. And then even when not walking through a portal, I remember it feeling so artificial, like it was just created by man. Like it was, and the people there, it's like you can't even really communicate with them because they're off in another world. That radar dish still to this day transmits. So whatever energy frequencies and whatnot, vibrations and whatnot, they travel. So they make it out there and they get transmitted through that radar dish. Guaranteed. If there's electric there, there's a way to do it.
So individuals
Why would they have
are
electric
transmitted
put to
through a dish. So they're able to make your essence
Your
into
consciousness.
electromagnetic signals and send it through a dish.
Electromagnetic. They can take my consciousness. That's the whole thing. Or they could take my astral body, or they could take anything. That's why Alondra Markman, he's a poet. He's also a Montauk player. He spoke about a gentleman. I'm not going to say any names, but there was a Montauk boy that thought he was there physically, but a lot of Montauk boys weren't even there physically. You could be taken out of your bed, your astral body. If you watch that Montauk movie, you'll see that the astral body comes out and just goes. You know what I mean? Like, and all of a sudden, you really physically feel like you're at a place, but you're not physically there. That's just like your astral body. Now, I mean, yeah, they grab people up off the streets and stuff too, but they got very smart with technology.
Interesting.
Who is Tom?
That's an interesting concept.
I don't know who Tom is. Is
I
Tom the actual guy? Is Tom the guy who runs? Because the only Tom that I know who runs, and he's a dick. He when people get filming permits to go up there, he messes with him. Is he a taller guy? I don't talk to him. I have nothing to do. Anytime I see him when I'm on the property of Montauk, I book. I book because he's the type to call the police. Because he always thinks you're getting into, trouble, or he's hiding. Something is being hidden up there. Something is definitely. Oh no, Montauk is definitely real, brother. Montauk is definitely real. It's definitely real. It's as real as this conversation I'm having with these two gentlemen right now.
He was saying, yeah, he is. She was saying, yeah, he is tall. Mud Rabbit, she's one of our regulars.
Oh yeah, he's no good. Tell her, yeah, he's no good. I don't like him. I think. Okay, I called up there because I was told to do this by somebody that, I can't really put. Like I said, if I put a gentleman's name out there, he might, freak out. He's kind of like what McIntosh is, you know what I mean? He's been on some television shows. He's definitely under a watch, and he's about to retire from, working at, somewhere in the area. That's all I'm going to say.
From music?
What's that?
From music?
No.
I didn't know if I had to wonder because I was wondering if you might have been hinting on the fact that Tom DeLonge might
he retired from music.
Boy.
Yeah, right.
Well, no, I was wondering if he was talking about Tom DeLonge. He's a little bit taller. He used to be in Blink 182, and he says he has information about some alien information, and also he's talked to a lot of people. There's a lot of different Toms involved in the conspiracy field, and I hate that word, conspiracy.
No. This Tom that I'm talking about, like, people have gotten filming permits, and every time that they go to film, he comes and shows up and messes with the film crew. Now, people pay a lot. You got to pay a decent amount of money. But lo and behold, this guy, Tom, who's tall, like she said, yeah, he's tall. he is the main like guy of that place of Montauk, the where the project took place. He runs that. He has cameras set up now, dude. But the Boy Scouts are allowed to camp there. But me and you, if we wanted to go there and camp and pay, I already called and tried. They told me absolutely not. Only the Boy Scouts are allowed.
Why are the
Now,
Boy
you answer
Scouts
that
allowed and
question.
no one else?
We talked about this last time. I think the Boy Scouts are allowed there because I don't worry about the Boy Scouts in the sense that people that sign people up for the Boy Scouts are not going to actually worry about their children as much. They're actually concerned parents that are worrying about their children. The people that I hear being involved in the
On
Montauk,
Long Island, brother, you'd be surprised. On Long Island, you listen, pedophile city on Long Island, man.
oh no, I'm not saying that's not
Look,
possible.
I know people.
What I was saying was that basically the majority of stuff that we've heard from people like Al Bielek is they try to snatch up these kids that don't have families, and they try to get these street children rather than people that have families that care about them. So I feel like a parent in the Boy Scouts would have more of an outcry than somebody they snatched up off the street.
How many of those Boy Scout masters are really
Exactly.
family fathers?
I can tell you, I had an issue with Boy Scout Master when I was a kid. Okay, so they're not all good, buddy. They're not.
No, I believe you.
I was molested by one. So
they're attracted to prey. They're always
no
attracted
matter what
to prey.
they want, they're gonna get.
Yeah. What
They
you
prey-
have to
they
do is
prey
have
on
to
the
be
weak
stronger
at
than the
points.
hunter, not give them prey. My sons complain about me because
Not
they don't have
more.
the free life.
Well, what I was going to say, guys, is
that doesn't happen.
they've had this past forever. They've had this past forever, and it's almost like the rape culture that's in prisons. It's joked about that Boy Scout masters mess with kids. I mean, look at Canteen Boy from Saturday Night Live. He always had a Boy Scout master trying to do something to him or take advantage of him, and this is just like a public perception that seems to be okay. And
The problem is that we've also got the same impression of the Catholic Church.
What were you going to say,
How
Rocco?
prevalent
Why?
is this bullshit?
Yeah, no, definitely. I hear you there, brother. I hear you. A lot of subliminal message, a lot going on, a lot of that, and you pick up on it. I mean, I don't know if it was in Back to the Future when they changed the name of a baseball team or something, and then now look, the Indians are changed to like that. Kind of like brought me back, like seriously, in like a flashback, dude, of like, holy shit, this was just saw, and you know what I mean, like Back to the Future type stuff. Like it's crazy, man.
Well, no, it's true.
Crazy.
I'm from Chicago, and what they reference is they reference the Cubs curse, and I know a lot about the Cubs curse. It's pretty popular.
Oh wow, that's good. I'm glad.
It actually got broken the year that it correlated with the movie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. That was the baseball reference.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
So how have you been, Rocco? We haven't talked to you in a little while. What you been up to?
I've been going through some ups. I've been going through some downs. Dealing with memories just kind of sometimes just like totally overload you. Headaches. It almost felt like, I was getting a lot of downloads for a while. So I've been, working on my book. Don't have a title for it yet. That's right. That's right. 7 chapters. That's right. And I'll tell you what, it is actually one of the biggest healing mechanisms that I can say. If you have a story, you could write that story. I mean, even in footnotes, and then hand it to somebody that could look at it, and it would take them 20 minutes. You know what I mean? To figure out how to like go about doing it, like because there are people that are good at it. And so I'm fortunate enough to have somebody that'll help me with that. And we're gonna see where it goes, man. I hope it'll be published by the new year. Latest, earliest would be Christmas. But
Definitely,
we'll see where it goes. But
Well,
I'm
congrats,
sorry.
Rocco, because I've been trying to write mine for 5 fucking years and I still haven't finished.
You know, I kept saying, right? I keep try, and then eventually somebody looked at me and said, "Don't keep trying. Just pick the pen up and do it." And something in my brain just said, "You know what? Fuck it." And I just sat there and I literally wrote and wrote and wrote. You know what I mean? Like totally. Like I didn't. I just started writing and I poured it out, and then I put it in footnotes. Well, yeah, absolutely. It's a story that I want the world to hear. I want the world to understand that anything with sexual stuff, I can definitely understand as far as rape, molestation. I can definitely understand. I'm a victim of that in many accounts of my life. And I feel that a lot of people that were involved in these quote unquote covert government, operations, I feel that they were all put together and, they would do things to one another. They'd be programmed to harm one another. Um, it seemed when the programming, really started from what I can remember in 1994 when I was taken up there by what I call my handler. It's my father's quote unquote ex-girlfriend. And she would threaten to take me to Montauk. And, I was young. I was like 7 years old, 1994. And I remember her taking me down a trail. And I swear, when I had gotten this memory back in like 2016, it was actual Al Bielek was back there, and they had brought, I guess, the chair up from the top of the ground because they could put a chair anywhere they wanted to. That's the whole thing with this. The chair could be moved anywhere, and the property was still off limits. It did not turn into a state park until 2000. So, yeah, I believe things still took place there, and I do believe that there's still extraterrestrial life living in Montauk. Cryptoids, and I mean, you can go down, on the dunes, and you'll find, things that look like caves. I mean, literally, and
How
you'll
many
hear
different
weird
races
noises.
did you find there?
What I remember from Montauk is reptilians and grays. That's all I remember. And I'm kind of, looking at the grays a little bit, and I'm like, it kind of seems like a government created type being. I do believe that they do have work.
The grays are drones of the reptilians, and the reptilians control most of the things. That was my question, because there are
Well,
places
my
there are
view
more
on
than different species.
well, reptilians to me is a disgusting. They just look at you. They don't really talk. It's just a really creepy, odd feeling seeing them walk around and, you know, playing with different kinds of computers, quantum,
What
you
do
know,
they
like
look like?
messing around, you
I
know.
think they look like giant snakes, but I'm just imagining. What do they look like?
Yeah,
What do the
but
reptilians
they
look like?
could stand and walk around like me and you. They could stand and walk around like me and you.
What do their heads look like?
I really, honestly, I don't even want to go into that too deep. I hate reptilians. I have
They're
had
destructive species.
ended up
However,
on the,
people need to know about them because they are the ones who are destroying this culture.
I think you got a question here, Rocco.
Seen that one? That was
Have you seen the bishop's what is that processional where there's a reptilian dressed in red?
why did that question have to be asked?
You have heard about that?
Oh man, yeah. I remember seeing reptilians dressed. It's funny you say in red, quite a bit, in the underground. Uh, Now, whether this was the underground where I was, you know, programmed to begin with, which was in West Hampton Beach at Gabreski, where they would take me into rooms and ask me about suicide and what would it like if your family never saw you again? How would they feel? You know, if you want to just give up. I mean, some really like I don't know. And every kid on the block was on Ritalin. Every kid in the 90s.
They wanted
It
your
was like,
soul.
well, they didn't get it. Well, I won't say that. I did have a possession by what I call the demon of confusion. Uh, I did go off the edge. A lot of us do, survivors. Sometimes you can't even handle what's going on in your own
That's
mind
their
that you
objective.
just choose to go self-medicate yourself. And you know, when you start to self-medicate
Doing that for
yourself,
30
you
years.
start getting like with meth. Like I smoke literally, and I'm not afraid to admit it. You know, that's what happens with this stuff. You know, programming. Unfortunately, they don't care.
No.
I don't recall the Vatican. I don't recall that. No, sorry. Um, but I do know the Vatican is up to no good.
Yeah, they got their own problems going on.
Agenda. Well, I'm actually going to be investigating a place out here that where they say is the second coming of Christ, and they're Mormons, and it's like this tower. I live about I want to say 25 minutes away from where Harry Truman, the president, lived.
Yeah. Michael McIntosh has met Harry Truman.
Oh wow! Wow,
Yeah,
that'd be
he met him
interesting.
after he met Harry Truman after he crashed the Roswell craft.
I knew he had something to do with fucking Roswell.
Yeah, they actually
I
brought him
knew
back.
Harry Truman had something to do with that.
Did you ever hear
Yeah,
about that time he went missing?
I'm gonna
and they said he
investigate.
had
I'm
a
gonna
tennis tournament?
investigate his house.
What was
I'm
that?
actually talking to somebody about investigating
Oh, okay.
investigating that house.
Which house?
It'd be interesting. The Harry Truman.
Gotcha. Yeah, no,
I'm
Michael's got a
interested.
lot of information about it. It's interesting. But yes, if anybody else
It's interesting that I live where I live.
All right, sorry about that, Rocco. I talked
Oh
over you.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, yeah. That's what I mean. We can get on here and talk about anything really. Like that's the good thing. I see you got your nice little. Yeah, man, I had one of those like not too long ago, and it fell off the table. I was mad.
So, I don't know if you haven't been a guest on long enough
But
for me to explain this. But well, let me explain real quick. So anytime I have water in it, it's actually tobacco. I prefer it over cigarettes. I think it's a better filter. But if I'm ever doing like anything like medical, I usually get my bigger ones out. I have quite the little collection.
Nice. I'm sure you do.
Yeah, that's one of my hobbies. I got a double bowl in case I need to combine some medication together. I have a bunch of different stuff. a lot of water filters. I prefer the water.
Oh yeah, of course, brother. Of course.
So
I prefer the
Of
blunts.
I was gonna ask you, Rocco, how'd you get connected with Big D? I saw your guys' interview you guys did.
Oh, what do you mean? You mean Big T?
Yeah. I saw his cooking stuff, but before I saw his stuff with
Well,
you.
anyway, I'll explain. He's actually he does shows with my one of my producers for the Fowler Files on Instagram. The Ryan Show, by the way. Yeah, yeah. That's who I know him through, and he was interested, man, in the episode.
Yeah, no, I checked it out.
Could
It's
be
got
a
a lot of
very.
good content.
What's that?
I said, yeah, I checked it out. He's got a lot of good content as well.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Anything medical with him, bro, he'll help you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He was in. I was when I was supposed to go to New York, and Brian was going to bring me to his spot, and he had a bunch of edibles and pre-rollers, and you know what I mean, and he was going to get me messed up, man. So
I live in
do a
Illinois. I
trip.
totally understand. I live in Illinois. I totally understand. I don't do it to get messed up, but I definitely do enjoy it for its medical benefits. I just gotta
From
be.
the
I gotta be
90s,
specific on
we
YouTube.
definitely got messed up.
I gotta be specific on YouTube, of course.
I lived in the 90s, so I definitely got messed up.
Well,
I know everything you're talking about.
anywhere now, pretty much anywhere now, you gotta.
Yeah.
I think it's you get up to a certain amount of viewers, you don't get monetized or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting how some of that works, but we have another guest that wants to pop in with us. I'm gonna add him to the stream.
Who is it?
The one and only
Mr. McIntosh comes in and comes out. The fuck?
No, I have it. It's got a little delay to it. Sorry about it. It's me doing that. There we are. All right. How are you doing tonight, Michael?
Really good. How are you?
Good.
I'm going to copy Rocco for a little while.
You've been what?
I'm just going to copy Rocco.
I'll get close to the.
So you were Shitoshi
that better?
that came in yesterday. Is that it, Mike?
I'm sorry?
You were Shitoshi that came in yesterday, weren't you, Mike?
Satoshi? I have a lot of those.
I had the actual, supposedly, the actual Mr. Satoshi friend me on Facebook, so I'm assuming that's you.
What do you mean?
No, Mr. Satoshi, the creator of
I
Bitcoin.
wish.
Seriously?
Does Mr.
Actually-
Satoshi? All right, let me jump in here. Does Mr. Satoshi have a Facebook? Because I think it's very interesting that Mr. Satoshi friended Mr. Pena and myself.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know why the owner of Bitcoin would want to contact us, but I mean, maybe Michael's got that much pull.
That's my question as well. But hey, Mr. McIntosh, anything's possible.
That happened to you as well?
Yeah, both of them. That's how Josh knows. That's how Jake knows, because
I thought that was you guys. I thought that was one of you guys.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Well, because I had mentioned the fact of us opening up a Bitcoin on our channel, because if people can actually, your channel, if people can actually donate in PayPal, they can also donate in Bitcoin. So that's something we wanted to do. And Mr. Shitoshi appeared on my Facebook feed, friended me, and he's got a blockchain.com area where we can start to create the wallet that you so adamantly put us through the paces, Mr. McIntosh, on how to make one, how to clean your cell afterwards to make sure that nobody follows anything else, how to keep your wallet on another environment that won't be accessible to the internet, so that your Bitcoin are yours instead of being played around with. So I thank you very much, Mr. McIntosh, for all that information.
Okay. Yeah, that's really easy to do. It's just getting a Bitcoin at this point is really hard. For most people, it's 40.
But getting a Satoshi is doable.
Right. Getting a lot of Satoshis right now is really doable, but even that's going to be hard in probably no less than a year from now.
Why is it going to be hard?
Because the price of a Bitcoin will be 10 times higher than it is right now in a year, more than likely.
Rocco, you're quiet. What's up?
Yeah. I'm just listening. That's all. How are you, Michael?
I'm doing good. Just having a really boring day, I guess, but that's okay.
We got Rocco and Michael McIntosh. I mean, holy shit! How freaking boring can this day be? I mean, shit, Jacob. Thank you.
Mm.
Well, we were talking about
boring day.
We were talking about Harry Truman before you came on, Michael. What do you know about Harry Truman?
3 hours ago, we were talking about Nibiru, but anyway.
True.
Yeah, I was talking with my wife about Harry Truman a few hours ago, and
oh my God, dude. Guess where I live? I live like 25 minutes away from Independence, Missouri. And I'm actually going and investigating where the second coming of Christ is. I just want to get a feeling on the energy of what that Mormon energy is, and what, being, cautious of it because of all the stuff that's going on.
How is the second coming going to be in Independence, Missouri?
Oh, it's written and they have it written. A guy wrote this in history. You could look it up. Independence, Missouri. I'm not kidding you. Harry Truman had a house here in Independence, Missouri.
Yeah, Harry Truman. But what about the second coming of Christ being around there? What the fuck?
Well, that's according to the Mormons, brother. It's according to the Mormons.
All right, I don't follow the Mormons that much, so please illuminate me a little bit more.
That crazy cult.
I'm not going to call anybody crazy
there's a lot of
because anybody
ritual
crazy here is me.
I'll call them crazy. Crazy cult. They should be all locked up.
John Smith is definitely out there.
cultic. I would love to just catch it though on camera and then just be like, you know what? Fuck it. Everybody's defunding their police. No, these people need to pay for the crimes that they're doing to humanity. And that's why I was sent here. That's why I died in the Montauk chair and was brought back through in the cleanup of 2.0. When I spoke to Anya Briggs in about 2015, I was supposed to meet with her and have coffee with her. She was on Jesse Ventura at one time. And I had a Black Hawk fly over my house before I went to meet this woman. And she heard it and said, we can't meet. And I didn't get any other answers from there. And I fell into a hole. And I would not stop going to Montauk. And, you know, I think what happened with me, I walked through several different open portals because the land there is 90% preserved. There was a lot of Indian, Teddy Roosevelt. There's history about Teddy Roosevelt meeting Sasquatch, being one of the first to meet a Sasquatch. Yeah. And Montauk is a place of when you go there, it's just the feeling. It's eerie. Just a very eerie feeling.
What's up, Mike?
We were talking about, Michael, we were talking about, sorry, there's a little bit of delay on the feedback, but Michael, we were talking about your encounter at Roswell, and for some reason, Rocco had a feeling that you were involved with Roswell, and I just thought that was interesting, the correlation.
And Roswell and Truman, because you brought him up with the Truman connection. Let's go there.
Yeah,
I'm very interested in the
I
Truman connection.
I didn't know until today that Harry Truman actually signed off on Project Paperclip, which I think is one of the probably worst things that
that's funny. That's funny. So he did sign off on Paperclip.
Well, yeah, I know about it. I didn't know that Harry Truman had signed off on it, though. But he pondered it for like 16 months before finally signing it. He didn't agree with it, but he realized that it was necessary because
I'll tell you.
You were in charge of MK.
Right.
Project Majestic. MJ.
Well, it was,
MJ-12.
That's complicated. I mean, I wasn't totally in charge, but I helped found it, and it was named after me. But it was essentially from that point onward, after I disappeared from the timeline, delegated to other people, and obviously down the line up until now, I've had really no involvement with it. It's just something that I initiated, helped initiate. Really, I wouldn't accept even full responsibility for it, but it was, or credit, whichever you want to call it. It's just
your brainchild. That's it.
it was a group effort. You know, it wasn't really like.
So what happened? Wow! It's just crazy how I brought up the Roswell and the Harry Truman, and next thing you know, you pop up. So what I believe is it's going on behind the scenes here, right? Or not behind the scenes, but in our organic matrix of being, super soldiers, cyborgs, whatever that, it might be. Because I've had actual, encounters and with missions, and people contact me and tell me, I remember you looked like this and sent me the picture and everything, and it all clicked. But I believe that they are still using the tower in Montauk to transmit boys that were involved with, because see, Montauk was just the name of the program. A lot of people don't
Right.
know that.
But that was the name of the town too.
Right.
Yeah.
I can't hear you, Rocco. You're talking away.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I had anyway, so yeah, no, it's definitely transmitting, our consciousness through, the Sage radar. There's still electricity connected to the Sage radar. I did a video on that a few years back when I lived in New York. I left New York for the simple fact of what I was dealing with, hawks, so on and so forth.
Oh, Michael might have got disconnected, but that's all right. But yeah, no, there's if there's power still running to the dish, I don't understand why.
Well, this is what
Okay.
yeah, exactly.
Sorry, Michael. Looks like you got
Well,
disconnected.
That was me. My camera disconnected for a moment.
Yeah. Yeah. That's interesting that Harry Truman, wow, yeah.
Yeah,
But
he
back
was
to what we were
a
saying,
nerd.
Jacob,
Yeah.
about the radar dish and how it's transmitting still. So, we don't have to physically be brought to a facility to be used. Our astral body could be taken. Our consciousness could be taken, etc.
They take you from your own
What they did
bed
to us in
and do
these
that with you?
programs, what they did to us in these programs was they, split the mind. They split the mind, reprogrammed the mind, created what they wanted to create, and a lot of us, are still out there that will not open up and speak about this because we either have military handlers that watch us on a regular basis. Myself, I'm watched. There's pictures, all kinds of things, helicopters. It's a scary thing. It's definitely a scary thing.
Hmm.
So
I don't know what to tell you
I
about
feel
that.
there's a war with other super soldiers that there shouldn't be. I feel that they're trying to divide us. So conquering will begin, you know what I mean? And we will conquer one another.
Oh,
I believe we're, connected. All of us are connected somehow.
we are all connected. However, there is an essence that is trying to divide us along many different
Mhm.
lines. Because divided, we will fail. Together, we will rise. And so they try and divide us among any kind of tangential line that they can believe in. Why? Because there is the theory of we are all one. Okay. God is in all of us. Absolutely. That we are all God? No, we are not gods. Um, we are capable of many things if we understand the infrastructure of the reality of the matrix reality in which we are in. However, all of that gets back to how do I put food on the table? And therein, Mr. McIntosh's response comes in loud and clear. Why? Because if you're leaving money in your bank account, that is the worst thing. Putting it into Satoshi,
Bank account? What's that?
perspectives of Bitcoin will help you grow more with that. However, we are in the middle of this spiritual war, one of the last ones that we will face in this generation. We must be prepared. And in that, Rocco has many different perspectives on what's going on.
I can barely hear you, Michael.
All right, so we got Adamic and pre-Adamic. The pre-Adamic is bizarre. I've read about that. We've also got the theory of, what was her name? Cheers. Before Eve, there was another because Adam was created as equal to one, and she didn't accept him as superior. She was an equal, and so she never accepted his BS. She became one of the first demons. She was, God, I'm trying to remember her name right now. I can't.
I've heard about Lilith, but
Lilith, thank you very much. That's her.
I don't know if
Lilith.
there's any truth to that rumor or not.
That would be one of the myths that is being pushed out there. You have Lilith as being one of the first ones. She didn't accept the being subjugated to to Adam. So a rib was removed from Adam to create Eve, and she would have to be subjugated because she was from Adam. Lilith was not, and so she never accepted. Yeah, those are some of the ideologies that are out there. I question them all. I'm just on a journey to find something that will allow our. I focus on the eternal soul. My wife focuses on surviving in this reality. I look at survival on the Maslow pyramid as being the lowest level on that. The highest level of the Maslow pyramid is finding your own essence, your being, your reason for being here, following that, and embracing your true self to its fullest. So there's a big expanse between surviving and finding your full potential. Mr. McIntosh has already found that. Rocco, you're talking about potential on a planetary scale, and that interests me.
I haven't.
Well,
Really.
I need one person to stay away from is Jonathan Alexander, General John Alexander. He's the creator and founder of the MyLab programs. Very dangerous man. He friended me on Facebook not too long ago. Tried to start a conversation with me. I said, I don't talk to evil. Now, I believe, can't remember who it was, but he passed. But there was a Lilith in his family. His daughter's name was Lilith, so on and so forth. The whole, it's kind of like, I look at things like we're stuck in a matrix. Like, scary. But I just keep living life. That's how I look at it. I live in a duality. You know, that's the
Which
two-parted
duality
life
do you live
where I
in?
have,
Which duality do you live in?
you know, well, I have lived a two-parted life. You know, I don't talk about this stuff with, you know, my family. Some of them, I don't, you know, it's not that. I'm not going to do that. It's not, no. It's where I live a two-parted life. And if I go do a job, I'm not going to start a conversation with a guy about this and lose my job. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I could be abducted. I could wake up with marks on me, you know, but I got to put my work shirt on and go to work. Now, can I go to work and start telling everybody, oh, yeah, I was abducted last night? Absolutely not. You know, the society we live in, you'll be in the nut house. That's it. Met it up.
You don't fit the norm. You are not the robot, so they do not accept what you have to say. Yeah, exactly. I
Yeah.
understand you, brother. Absolutely. However, there is a reality out there that most people don't want to comprehend, which is, I'm hoping, Jacob, one of the focuses of your channel, along with the same idea of Aaron Moriarty, which is Truth Quest. You know, what we want to do is find out what's really freaking going on. Because according to my perspective, which Jacob also seems to enjoy, he enjoys my perspective in many different ways. However, this one particularly, he might not enjoy. It is my own. We are in a third global conflict, and we are also in a spiritual war. And we need to make sure that we can protect ourselves and be in the place that we need to be. The only one that can actually save us from all evil has always made the sacrifice and objective and symbol for us to be able to get past that. However,
Yeah,
there
we're in
are
an unseen warfare. We're in an unseen warfare. You know, like a lot of weird stuff happens to me. You know, I'll go to sleep in a certain place and wake up in another place. It's crazy. Or I'll have vertigo really bad. You know, or I'll feel like a literal demon's trying to take over my body. I gotta fight it. I gotta literally fight it, and it takes a lot of energy out of me. So what I'm learning is I just don't even interact now, or try not to interact now. You know, there's places that won't follow me. So
I've got a little phrase that
I'm living
was actually,
a handler right now, so I'm not too happy. So
well, I have a phrase that kind of helped me when I was still back in the States years ago. Ah, tu quer que eu deixe este aqui para saber se vai ficar gelado, é isso? Okay. My son put water out here because it's as cold out here as what it is in the fridge. So he put water out here to see if it would stay as cold as what the water in the fridge is. Because I have my kids drink water all the time instead of other things. I don't necessarily drink water, but oh well. Do as I say, not as I do, right? Anyway, Rocco, you are under constant bombardment and you believe that there are demons that are after you, and that may be true. And in this current reality, I believe that it may be absolutely true. And in such situations, I can only tell you that every knee shall bow to the name of Jesus Christ. Whenever people have gone into alien facilities, they have been told that they cannot mention the name of Jesus Christ, otherwise they will be expelled from the facility. There are experiments that have been done that cannot be done if you mention the name of Jesus Christ. There have been alien abductions to where people mention Jesus, save me, and the alien abduction ends. So, from me to you on this four-person channel and episode that's going out right now, I apologize immeasurably for all of the times that I interrupted you in the past. I apologize. However, whenever you feel that you are being attacked, please call on Jesus that you will be saved. But that's just the only thing that I can personally say. I will mute myself and allow both of you, Rocco and Michael, to take the stage, please.
Oh man, I hate these moments where you get like kind of stuck and memories and stuff starts to come. I hate that. It's one of the negatives to this whole situation, but
Jesus isn't a negative.
I'm
He's the
trying my
only
hardest.
positive. Jesus is the only positive. He is the reason why this universe was created. He is the sacrifice through which this universe was created, and he is the only power. He is the end judge. In
Oh
fact,
no no no
whenever he
no,
was in
brother! I
sorry, go ahead.
understand. I understand what you're saying, but I don't particularly. Okay, yes, I will say I believe in God. Okay, but I'm not gonna say who my God is on public radio. I don't do really that. Now, when it comes to uh, uh, you know the world and what's going on in the world, and if I have something to offer and a testimony to offer, which my father was murdered. I don't know how the hell the guy got out in 7 years, but you got a mayor that is defunding police, and I said this at the beginning of the show. That is a shame. I already wrote a letter. I'm gonna fight for democracy.
You're in New
I'm gonna
York?
fight. I'm
You're
gonna
in
fight
California.
for this. No, I'm in Missouri. I'm
Missouri. He did that
actually
in Missouri?
in St. Louis. Yes, that's where it's happening in St. Louis. And the other day, 3 kids shot and killed somebody or did something in St. Louis. The mayor had him released. There's no cash bail. It's freebie. We let you out. Now she's locking people up that'll go in the store and steal though. But she's letting murderers run rampant in our streets. And that's the stuff that really needs to,
I've been to Missouri.
stop.
I've been to Kansas City. God, I love your arch.
Oh, I live in Kansas City. Yeah.
That arch is fucking
Actually,
beautiful. St. Louis,
yeah,
Missouri. That arch in St. Louis is absolutely beautiful. And it was
yeah.
shocking to me that Ferguson was so close by, because I remember going through. I mean, I went through there to go to Chicago, and before after Chicago, we went to New York. I already did those. I mean, I traveled through those areas, and I got to know. It saddens me when the Ferguson all of a sudden all that shit started, all this crap. It was saddening to me, to know that that's happening in St. Louis, Missouri, that governor is doing that. It's
Well, it's not the only. It's definitely not the only. It's
well, see,
it's
Jacob
becoming like a
after
trend.
I got off one of his feeds, he said that because I mentioned to him that I'm a Bush exile. I consider myself that because I left the U.S. in '90 after '96, and so at that point he mentioned that I said I had had enough of the U.S. Kind of, sort of, no, because it's I'm Texan. Okay, I grew up in Oklahoma. I mean, the U.S. is part of who I am. It saddens me the things that I learned. That I love the U.S. Constitution. It is one of the things that I take with me, and I push. I mean, I'm an American football coach down here. I developed this sport down here because I love American culture and I love what America is. It saddens me to see what America is becoming. That is my problem. Why? Because I am against this uh, political correctness, which started in college when I was in the 90s in college, and I thought it was abhorrent. And now we've got the CRT shit going through school and all this other freaking garbage. It saddens me, and I would associate it to New York and Chicago, New York and California, because we know that those two states are lost. I mean, in Texas, we always had an idea that there's the U.S., there's Texas, and there's California. California does its own shit. Texas is its own entity. And then we got the rest of the U.S., which is basically Chicago, this Midwestern attitude that permeates the entire heartland that is America. And to see that the twisted psychology of California and New York has made it down to Missouri is saddening. Sorry. But damn.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame, but I
But
was
we get
always
back
taught,
to how can we change the reality we're in? How can we change the people that represent us in the municipality, in the county,
well,
in
I
the state?
believe, I believe the thing that I believe is we can manifest pretty much anything we want. If we think negative, 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 negative,
Negative
eventually
will
we're going to
happen.
manifest something. Yeah. So I try to stay as positive as possible. But when you live underneath, a controlling, obsessive person, you just gotta like let it out, and because
So, what
it's
do you
hard to
think
deal
about
with.
the current
Because,
press secretary that thinks that we should all be banned from YouTube if we don't agree with the party line?
look, I don't even want to begin with politics. Okay, Q Anonymous,
So
all that
then
stuff.
answer Terry Hopper's
Look,
question about the
I
Cahokia
but
Mounds.
politics thing is, look, okay, I'll say it. I'm a Republican, but I will turn around and say that the Republican Party is acting, bizarre as well as the other party is. It's
I
not
agree
just
with you.
one
They're all
party.
corrupt. So let's go to Terry Hopper's question.
Right,
Are you familiar with
exactly.
Cahokia?
That's all I'm going to say about that. That's why I never ran. That's why I won't run. You know what I mean? I won't even put effort, and I would put effort into it because I have a voice and I know how to use my voice, and I don't care what people feel. I'm going to tell you how I feel. I'm going to let the world know there's too much sex trafficking going on. What are we going to do about that? Let's send soldiers in now and get them. That's it. You know what I mean? Let's do that. That's
Well,
the type of
you're
way I would
talking
run
to a
things.
future president right now because Michael's going to be now, Mr. McIntosh. which party are you? Are you going to be a Democrat or a Republican president?
I was hoping to be an American president,
Okay.
but
Is that going to be a party that's going to be running?
I think that I will probably be nominated by the Republican Party.
Because I personally believe the Democrat Party will cease to exist, hopefully, after all the bullshit they're
I
going
don't think
through.
ultimately, I don't think it matters. I mean, it's not.
It doesn't.
Exactly, man. Because look,
take
there's
sides with
people below. There is people below the government. There is secret. Look, some of Montauk boys that got picked up that I've spoken to, older men, 54 years old, remembers my energy. I'm 34. How is that? That's why I said there's no time stamp. So, you know what I mean? Like, you can consciously be sent back in time and things actually happen. You know what I'm saying? And you might not make it back. And here I am stuck in the body. Sometimes I say to myself, why am I even here? I question that sometimes.
No, but that's the ultimate question. Actually, the Japanese mention that the ultimate question of reality is for you to find your own destiny. And for you to find your own destiny, you have to find out who you are. And so finding out who you are depends on all the things that you have lived and you've experienced and everything else. What are you here for? What is that basic ability that is primal to you? Something that only you can do. That is the reason why you are here. So we need to find that and work towards that. And that is working towards our destiny. My personal theory.
Yeah, that's
George
why
Washington
I'm
didn't
writing the book.
take sides.
George Washington.
George
You
Washington
said George Washington?
he didn't take sides when it came to parties. He was very nonpartisan,
Right.
even though he had a party.
Yeah, that's the kind
Did
of
you
person
meet
that we
Washington?
need.
I know that Basaggio met Washington.
Yeah, but meeting somebody doesn't mean you're like them, or you've learned the lesson that you were meant to learn by meeting them. And you don't have to meet a person to learn a lesson from them either. You can research the.
No.
I learned a lot from Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah, I learned a lot from Abraham Lincoln. I've never met him. I didn't have to travel back to 1864 to realize that he had some good ideas.
Gettysburg Address is freaking awesome.
Right.
Yep. But try telling that to a ultra liberal leftist in any
I
party.
gotta get my shoes. I gotta get my new phone.
Well, yeah, liberal leftists, of course.
Or a
Absolutely.
neocon, for that matter. A neoconservative doesn't understand.
Yeah, oh yeah, that too.
We gotta bomb them. We gotta bomb
telling
everybody.
So,
Look at all the farmland that they're buying from the United States right now. Look at this. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of
thank
something
you
to
for
think
your
about.
money.
Yeah,
you.
exactly.
It is the largest
Thank you for your
farm
money, guys.
owner in America. What is he going to grow that is not GMO or he's actually talked about cell growth meat.
Yeah, it's crazy when you have a lot of people with more money than brains. It really makes sense that there's a gigantic comet about to crash into the Earth that's going to render all of their money effectively worthless unless they actually get with the program and become part of humanity, which is what Bitcoin is all about.
Then, Jacob, you keep asking about Nibiru, and we got Mr. McIntosh talking about an asteroid crashing into the Earth. You don't think the two are fucking connected? And then Rocco, you're talking about time travel. Yeah, Nikola Tesla already did an experiment to where he saw the past, the present, and the future at the same time. So it's all the same freaking dimensional, multi-dimensional. Yeah. Sorry, Mud Rabbit. What we doing? Yeah, parties divide us.
And John F. Kennedy had
In
great
reality,
ideas
we
too.
need to get down into the local, and we need to get involved. The reason that these fucking corrupt
I don't
individuals
think
have
people
taken
need
over
to
is because
agree,
we are not
honestly,
involved. We live our life.
because they're brainless.
Hold on, guys.
So
Hold on, guys. I can't hear everybody. Everybody's talking over each other. Let me just interject. There's a little bit of delay on Rocco's audio, so we can always catch each other. But Michael, you were getting ready to say something. I wanted to hear what you were saying. Oh no, I was actually talking about Michael McIntosh. Sorry,
Well, I was just saying how John F. Kennedy had some great ideas too, and not taking sides in any party really ultimately, because it all great ideas and great thinking come from either side of the aisle, and it just seems like people get really focused on their party rather than where the good stuff
What
is
direction
coming
are you
from.
going in? It's not the party. It's what direction you want the country to go in.
Yeah.
Who represents you? It comes from an
and
individual basis.
right, and people have lost sight a lot of in large part on the foundation of what our country was built on.
Constitution. It's a beautiful document.
Well, it was built on more than that. The Constitution is just an expression of what the men and probably women who wrote it were all believers in, which was the Word of God. And a better, more honest, accurate interpretation of it than we have today with a lot of people. People think that somehow, a lot of Americans just have a really bad interpretation and understanding of the Bible, and that's a big part of the reason why we have such divisive politics. It's just people try to justify things in the name of God when their view of God is wrong. Their view of God is just incorrect, and this is not what we were founded on. So I don't know. I mean, our an entire generation might have been lost to the fact that this has been left out of the educational programs. It's been left out of the family. It's been left out of everywhere, and we have to start bringing it back, regardless. But I don't know. I mean, there might be a lot of people have already been. It might be too late for them. I don't really know. I hope it isn't, but
depends on the generation. Do you have kids? For example, I have two, 17 and 13. We pray for every meal. I make sure that they know who he is. Now, I guarantee mine, but I don't know how many others. And I got that from my grandparents, because my grandparents made sure that we didn't even cut the turkey until everybody said grace. And everybody had to be present for it. So you were called to, before anybody ate, we said grace, everybody was present, and then we started to eat. That was the respect of the position that I was taught when I was a child, and I'm trying to teach mine, but I'm not sure. I know my aunt is not doing that. So I share your fear in that we are not propagating that due respect. of love.
Yeah, it's definitely worrying, and it just seems like people have put things like, I don't know. I just money, of course,
But what does money
prestige.
represent? What does money get you? And what
Yeah,
happened to Rocco, Jake?
I don't know if he popped off or what happened.
and we live in a culture where narcissistic personality disorder is rife. I mean, everybody uses social media. It's like all about the image that they put out and appearing to be something, and it's like,
It's all about image.
yeah,
Speaking of, sorry, Leo, thanks. You're late, but you missed Nibiru. You missed a bit of climate change, the solar minimum and maximum that's coming in, and lots of other things because we started this like 3 hours ago. So, Leo, welcome. We got to get that stream up. Michael, go ahead. Sorry, I cut you off again.
yeah. And like what you were saying earlier about political correctness, it's just such a major problem with so many people still. It's like, I mean, I could tell you what I really feel about a lot of things, but this broadcast wouldn't make it to broadcast. You know what I mean? It would be like, so.
Going
Yeah,
live will get knocked down later on, and after all, it's Jacob's channel, not mine. So
yeah. You kind of have
Yeah,
to.
I see how you're doing it.
It's like there's a police code for speaking.
there is,
Yeah.
and that is the problem. That's why I'm on Rumble, but Rumble
Yeah.
doesn't have as much traffic as YouTube does. And my friends here in Brazil, they go, "What the fuck, Rumble? Do they have an app?" So we're all on YouTube for a reason. Yeah, well, Leo, next time you're actually going to have to come in and actually speak and do your own broadcast because we miss you and we need to mark a date for the lecture series that is your reality holding you back? Your perception of your reality is holding back your destiny, your existence.
Is
That's
there
what
thought
Leo's
crime yet?
channel is about.
I suppose it's thought crime, basically, that
We are.
that's basically
But
what
I'm
it
wondering
is.
when these people are going to be tried for those thought crimes
Right?
because they're doing it on a constant basis. We can't think without them shutting us down because they don't agree with us, and it's their fucking problem because they're the ones trying to manipulate humanity.
Orwell was right.
Problem is that they're taking
About what?
Orwell as a guidebook instead of the way Orwell intended, which was as a warning sign of what might actually happen.
Yeah, I hope he wasn't just telling us what was actually going to happen, because
Somebody on Jake's channel told me that he was a time traveler and that basically, yeah, he was just telling us what's going to happen.
Yeah. So that would make Trump Emmanuel Goldstein, I think, is it?
That would make Trump the Langersing Lockwood book series more real. But then we involve time travel and all kinds of other things. The last president's written 2
I don't want to be
centuries.
Big Brother, that's for sure.
We already live in Big Brother. In fact, Nancy Pelosi and Mr. Biden would love for us to be in Orwell's 84 and shut down any and all dissenting opinions. How do we defend against that? Because we know the 84 is wrong, but we also recognize the 84 is happening. How do we keep it from propagating?
Yep. I don't know. On the other hand, a giant superstate sounds pretty damn cool.
I was a globalist growing up. I learned economics as a globalist, but it doesn't sound so cool because the creator of all told us that it wouldn't be good for us in the end. Because when we take the mark, we are lost.
Mm-hmm.
My question is if we are in the time of the mark now, with luciferase being an illuminating essence that can be seen through ultraviolet light.
Rocco just sent me a message. He said he had to get up early, so he had to drop out.
He's got to wake up early. What the fuck? I'm in Brazil. It's almost 2:00 in the morning, and I got 30 pages that I still got to turn in. What the fuck, Rocco? This let it be stated on live. Rocco, you fucking pussy. Get the fuck up, but get back on, you pussy. Come on.
He's got probably a job and a regular thing he's got to get back to. Don't be.
I ain't got a freaking job. My job don't pay shit, but then again, it's a freaking job. Still, I'm here.
Maybe his job does pay shit, and that's why he's got to wake up early.
He's better off than I am. In that case, congratulations, Rocco. I'd like to have your job. Yes, Mud Rabbit, I've been preparing for many years, and Jacob asked me not to touch on this topic because prepping can be a trigger word for the autocratic Google execs that control everything.
Yeah, they have a tendency of lashing back against people that are preparing themselves for an event.
Lashing back or shutting down?
All of the above. So I try to avoid those topics. Oh, let's see. We got to. Oh, okay. We probably shouldn't talk about that. But yeah, no, it's definitely a possibility that it is. I feel like anything's a possibility at this point, though, too. Oh, you wrote a book about prepping, Leo? Leo, like you were saying with you guys, the show that you guys have scheduled, but I wouldn't mind having you on here again, too. Because, and I was telling Michael, if you're ever having streaming issues, I wouldn't mind hosting your stream, and then you guys can do your thing, and then if anybody just gets disconnected like yourself, it won't actually shut down the stream. It would be actually running off of my internet. So if you ever wanted to do anything like that, if you're having internet issues, we could always do them from my line as well. I offered that out to Aaron as well. Yeah,
Hurricanes.
Yeah.
I'm expecting my state to fall in the ocean this year, so this coming year.
Because of the fault lines?
Yeah.
Which one?
Well, the one
Cascadia or San Andreas or choose one.
Well, Los Angeles is expected to fall in the ocean in 2022 with a 10.2 magnitude earthquake with, according to a specific person who I believe is actually part of a future time travel program who came back to 2018, Michael Phillips. He had stated that after he had talked about the events of World War III, which he then went on later to say that we had prevented, that Los Angeles would experience a 10.2 earthquake, and the fault line would crack, and basically a large part of the state would basically be 10 feet lower. And I don't know. I just hope that doesn't happen. I mean, I'm up in the north. I'm basically in Oregon, but so I'm kind of away. Like I knew why I bought the space was because it was away from that. But the rest of the states could be in trouble if that is the truth. So, yeah, but I actually am in Cascadia, the Cascadia region, the very top part of California that's considered Cascadia. So I'm kind of away from all that, but
I know Marv talks about the Cascadia subduction zone all the time. And that can be a problem. I was trying to catch up on chat on what was going on. Good to see Leo's on here, and Mud Rabbit had some really decent points on there. Yeah, we have to use simply V because the entire word itself can be problematic on this.
Well, maybe
8.2 in Alaska. I was reading about that today. Exactly. That was going to, they had a tsunami warning in Hawaii because of the earthquake in Alaska. So, yeah, that's interesting to see as well.
I like high elevation spots because of stuff like that.
I'm in a flooding zone. My mother-in-law actually got flooded a couple of times, which is the reason why I'm on top of a mountain. Not a mountain, it's a hill. So, yeah, I'm about 25 meters higher than the rest of the town, and there's a purpose for that. I don't want to be underwater. However, my biggest concern is that when Nibiru comes around, I will be 200 meters underwater, which is about 600 feet. I need to find a place that will be higher than that. And that would be according to some of the records that Edgar Casey wrote about, which is I'm hoping I might be wrong because the shift might actually affect the other side, which would be California and that sort of thing. And the giant tsunami of the Earth's crust shifting while the water stays where it's at and the air as well will create tsunamis of 200 meters height. So I'm trying to figure out where best to be when that happens, but I'm still not sure. The only thing that I know is California is one of the places you don't want to be.
Yeah, it's most of the state's not a really spectacular location for that kind of thing. The more you get inland and north, it's different. And that's where I am. I'm in like the very northeastern county of California.
Where does the San Andreas? Because there are like 5 different lines that cross, and so California is really going to be screwed up by fault lines. Period.
Yeah, there's a really major one that goes through the ocean into the land and then out again. That's the major one.
So would it save? If San Andreas cracks and California goes into the ocean like we've seen for many years, will Sacramento be saved, or does San Andreas go above Sacramento? That's one of my questions.
Sacramento is not really likely to be affected that much. Maybe,
However, if Cascadia subduction zone is affecting people or is worrying people in Seattle, Washington, I'm assuming that it would affect California as well. Yeah,
but the thing about people in Washington is, especially in Seattle, they're all heroin addicts, so nothing they say or think actually means anything.
Oh, I kind of like Marf. I trust him. He's not a heroin addict, and his news actually came out worthy.
Yeah. Um, yeah, Seattle's gross. Like, it used to be cool, and now it's just gross. You know?
That's what cool has a tendency of becoming. My wife would say the same thing about me. I used to be cool, maybe 30 years ago. Today, I'm pretty fucking gross. So,
Well, that's what happens when, well, I don't know if people realize, but what happened in Seattle, particularly with the music and art scene and this kind of thing, that became really big in the late 80s, early 90s and stuff. That was basically all funded by federal tax dollars.
seriously, the grunge was federal money?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
Love grunge. It's what I am. What the fuck? You mean I was manipulated by government? Holy shit. What do you
well,
mean?
it was there was a lot of money poured in there by the federal government in order to sort of as an attempt to help that part of America become more American, really, because I mean, up until not very long ago, that was
How did they help them becoming more American? And a lot of them are kneeling for the American flag.
yeah, exactly. It didn't really work a whole lot, but it did in some regard. You know, it's just weird. I mean,
In
people
what
in that part.
regards did it actually help the American? Because I'm thinking they invested in destroying the country, to be honest with
Well,
you.
yeah, it had some negative impact, but that part of America has always kind of not really been as American as the part of the United States. It used to be British. It's you know um, people from families that have been there for a while have a tendency not to even really feel like they're Americans. Um, they
They're
identify heavily
globalists.
with.
They're above America.
Well, they kind of feel like they're their own thing, really. That is an offshoot of like the previous governments and culture surrounding it, like Britain, Canada,
To be honest,
and the United States.
that's kind of an independence. Because I
Yeah,
feel like I'm American, but at the same time, I'm not, because I'm
right,
not subjugated to anybody. I
right,
rule
and
my
there is
own
a
reality, and I do what I personally feel
hmm,
dignified to do.
right, and there is a Cascadian secessionist movement. Even you may have heard of it, but
Well, I've heard of some Californians that want to separate San Francisco and Cali and Los Angeles from the rest of California.
yeah,
There are some who want to, some Oregonians who want to join Idaho.
hmm,
I've heard lots of things.
yeah, and there's a movement that's been around for a while to kind of what these people want to do is create an entirely new country out of part of the United States and part of Canada. And
So it's part of every country on the planet. They want a one world government, which is
yeah,
what our father told us they would want. And that one world government would require a mark that
mm,
would be able to be seen on the hand or in the head. And the best way for transmission, and this was someone from Lucent Technologies who was studying how to implant a chip, found that the best place
I guess I'm in that part of the world. But,
the best place to implant the chip would be in the right hand or in the forehead for reasons of measurement and reading. The majority of people are right-handed, and so they just put their hand up there and boom, they're allowed access to whatever it is that they need. They're allowed access to their bank account, to their, you go into the hospital, you just scan your hand. Boom, you're done. You're in there. They know everything, and you got to see the doctor. You don't have to fill out all kinds of paperwork. The mark is going to be wonderful, and people are going to be asking to get it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mud Rabbit. It's probably late she's in Florida, which means it's 1 a.m. in the morning in Florida. It's 2 a.m. here in Brazil. So yeah, I understand why Mud Rabbit has her things. We've been going for 4 hours now, 33 hours, 59 minutes, and 44 seconds. We're about to hit the 4-hour mark, Jake. You don't get tired at all. Hardest working man I know.
I never run out. I go all night.
You can't.
Boom! 4 hours. We've been live for 4 hours. Holy cow. This does not measure up to our 5.5 hours that you did on Tuesday, and I'm not sure how many hours you did on Wednesday. Today's Thursday.
Me and Michael probably did 4.5 hours last night. We stayed pretty busy.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we can wrap it up, guys. I figure we've been on quite a bit, and looks like the chat's starting to fall out slowly.
That's the thing. Mr. McIntosh, always a pleasure talking to you. I hope that the same is also true.
Yes, of course. Absolutely. If I didn't want to talk to you, I wouldn't come in.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that, Mike. I will, as soon as I have any money available, which I usually don't have, I will get into that. However, I do need to get into the fact of being able to put BitChute onto my BitChute. What the fuck am I thinking about? Because I have a channel on BitChute and on Minds that I haven't developed enough as well on Rumble and on YouTube. But what I want to do is put a outro on my videos that will allow people to, like Jake has now done on PayPal. Mm-hmm. I want to be able to put something that will be able to be donated to in Bitcoin. Not that I might invest in Bitcoin eventually. However, I want to make a pocket just for donations via Bitcoin. If somebody would like to donate in Bitcoin, give them that option. So you, sir, are the best solution that I have to be able for us to set up a wallet for the channel.
Well, that's very easy, but the thing is you want to keep it away, like you want to keep it secure, so it might be good.
So I have one wallet that's mine, and I have another wallet that's just for the channel. Mm-hmm. Anybody who wants to donate in Bitcoin to the channel would be able to donate to that wallet. I can empty that wallet into another wallet so that only the publicly accessible wallet, vulnerable wallet, would be there for a limited time. Anything in that I would put into another wallet, which I set up following the precursors that you set up in our previous video. All of the cares of wiping the cell phone and wiping your everything else to make sure that it is only in one isolated place and nobody can get it. You gave us all those freaking tips. I appreciate that. So being able to set up a private wallet and set up a wallet for the channel are two different things. I'd like you to help us set one up for the channel.
Okay. Yeah, that would be really easy.
I was going to say, Michael's given me a lot of info. If you want, I can just relay it over to. He showed me basically where to get the wallet, and I can definitely relay that information over to you.
So let's do it. Let's get a wallet up and running, man. I mean, whether or not we put into that we would put into our own wallet. That would be a wallet just for the channel. if people would want to give them the option to do so.
Yeah.
The more options, the better.
And it's a really good point right now to get any amount of Bitcoin, because I know it's probably difficult to believe for a lot of people right now, but if you're getting any for under $300,000 per coin, you've made like, it's a really good deal.
Right now it's 30,000, isn't it?
It's 40 right now. It's been 65. It dipped and it's going back
the
up.
top was 65, but right now it's at 40. Okay. I was thinking it was still 30, 35.
But by the end of this year, it's likely going to be between $200,000 and $250,000.
That's why I'm telling you, Jacob, you got to put that option on the channel. They can donate in Bitcoin.
And within a few years, it's easily going to be $1 million per coin.
The dollar itself is got 2 years left on it, more or less, because China is doing everything it can to eliminate it as a reserve currency. The world, the United Nations has started to give
well, we could blame China if we wanted to, but
do what?
So
they're going to devalue the dollar. Their objective is to destroy the dollar, which is why Biden is creating the inflation that Jimmy Carter proved to us that is possible. Why? They want to debase the dollar.
Don't Americans want to break free from the shackles of the Federal Reserve and the central banks as well?
We should, but however, the current freaking imbecile in charge is driving us ever further into the hands.
Before we go down that road, let's wrap it up for the night. But I appreciate you guys being here, and we will do another Pena Perspective every Thursday. And Michael, we'll talk to you again soon as well. Thanks.
I love the U.S. currency, but Bitcoin is going to be the future.